I actually didn't mean to hit very easy. I was just kind of auto-moding a little bit. But whatever. That's...
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Let's do it once. How's that sound? That's actually enlightening. Yes. Yep, nope, that's right. That's what I thought. Yeah. Little hitman methoding there. And I really didn't mean to hit very easy. That was an accident. It was just complete auto mode, because so much of the MSQ for the last month and a half we've been doing easy mode. I will give one attempt on normal. One additional attempt on normal. If I fail again, I will go ahead and put it down to easy. Time. I guarantee you with 100% certainty I can do this on normal, but I don't know how long it would take. And honestly, just failing at the same thing over and over is not exactly good stream time, so... Berg was good. I mean, kinda. I was barely paying attention to it. Absolutely terrible, Scion. Hello? That sucks.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless...
Yeah, notice we have almost 10 minutes less on normal.
Scurrying about like a rodent.
I'd have to start over again, because I was taking a drink. Man, I don't believe in me. Why tentacles? Whoa. That's actually bullcrap, what just happened there. But we're stuck with it now. I actually don't think I do. I started off bad, and I just had what is effectively a bug get in the way. Come on. Camera angle can see what the hell's going on. There we go. That'll have to do for now. Oh. Ironically, the claws, it's the easiest to tell where they're facing at a moment, or at a glance. Have to take a moment on everyone else. What'd you get, Rex? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. Try our luck. But I can't fight right now. But Metal Gear Solid rules still apply. Which one? I mean, yes. That's that one. That's that one. I'm not gonna pay attention. I need to kill that person. I've been holding off and doing it, and they've been in the way for several minutes so far, so... Not right now, obviously, but on my way back, I'm gonna kill that person. So, are there checkpoints in this? Because I think that's going to be the objective decision as to whether or not it's good or bad. gameplay-wise. You haven't been turned? Oh, thank goodness, I thought I was the only one left. Bastards got my hand when I took down my Reaper. If you can repair its leg, it should still work. Here, take the key. If I had the use of my hand, I might have stood a chance at there. Send help if you can. No promises, but I will send help if I can. My reason for mentioning this is, it feels like we're about to hit phase 2 of this, with the Reaper. Hello? Oh, God. Okay. Yep, nope, that's just life. That's how it be. This. Oops. Okay. Okay, it reaches. Wasn't sure it would reach. So yeah, like here would be a good time for a mid-mission checkpoint. Par exemple. You know, it literally just occurred to me. The reason they're all probably asking me for help is because I'm a Garlean soldier. That actually just clicked with me. Well, this story arc is doing two things I very much don't like. And so for the sake of my sanity, I've just been mentally presuming they aren't happening. So it didn't actually occur to me I was playing something other than myself until about 5 seconds ago. Well, one, it took away my power. Being powerless is the worst thing that can happen to me. Second thing is the Sanctuary Violation Clause, which I don't have a more summarized word for it. The Sanctuary Violation Clause is quite simple in its own right. Here there be safety, here there be sanctuary. Oh, nope. Twist, it's actually wrong. Pissed me off so damn much in Mass Effect 3, if you'll remember. I was gonna say, I don't think there's anything I could have done to dodge that. Actually, no, I have not said that, Rex. You asked me about depowering, and I gave some ideas and thoughts on it. Thank you, Hector Anthem. Very much. As always. I will jot that down for World at War. Hello? Oh, wow. That actually is terrible. Okay. I suppose I'll write that down in a minute. I thought I could do that right now, but I can't. We'll see what happens when I get back to camp. I mean, personally, I don't like this. The end. Bar none. Nothing's going to change that. The question becomes how I review this, which is going to be very difficult to do. But I'll do the best I can, as I always do. Actually, they don't really depower us in Stormblood. They narratively cheat in
We were able
Stormblood.
to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
Oh, I 100% guarantee I'm in the minority on this, and that's fine. I just hate it with every fiber of my being.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment.
By the way, the other foot hasn't dropped yet.
In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Like the axe has yet to
Of all
fall.
the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck. We'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow. While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Speak of the devil.
Before I let this continue, I probably don't have to explain the sanctuary thing. Like, it should probably be very obvious why I hate that trope. What? No, it's not a trope. Why I hate that concept, because it happens in real life. But I'm going to try and explain why the depowering thing bothers me to the extent that it does. And yeah, I will fail at this, but just bear with me, okay? I want you to imagine for a moment that one day in your real-life experiences, you thrust your hands into a fire to save someone or something, right? First-degree burns, or excuse me, third-degree burns. I forget which direction it goes. Worst-degree burns all over your hands, right? Now, with time and effort, you recover, and it's okay, and you start to get a little bit better. You gain the use of your hands back, and everything's cool. And then you play a video game where you shove your hands right into the fire to get someone out of it. And that's what bothers me about it. Does that make sense? Because if it doesn't, that's all I got.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
At least they notice pretty much immediately. I'll give them that much.
Who are you?
Yeah, thank you for having a brain. Okay, that's kind of awesome, admittedly. Get away from them, you bastard.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective.
Teleportation.
Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Lol. Lol, Pyro, excuse me. I stand by my statement. Lol. So, I was able to sufficiently remove myself from my emotions for a second. Plus to story, plus to gameplay, negative to gameplay. The plus to story I don't have to explain. The plus to gameplay I probably also don't have to explain. That was actually kind of brave and interesting and new, and where it was good, it was good. But there's some visibility indicator problems, which they actually did better at earlier in the Metal Gear Thancred section, and the lack of mid-mission checkpointing in a rather lengthy mission, which also has some general issues with objective marking and blah blah blah. So, like, on the one hand, it's cool and awesome, and on the other hand, it's not, totally not. It feels in many ways like a prototype, which is funny, because the fact that the Metal Gear Thancred section was before this, but speaking personally and from my limited experience with game design, I would bet you money that that moment we just did was actually designed first, and they used that as a testbed to design the earlier incident. IMO. So, what it does well, and what it doesn't, it doesn't, like I said. Ironically, that might have been the one thing that would push me into a story negative thing, Rex. I don't know, I'd have to really think about that. Part of the problem is... Actually, all of the problem is, if you're going to do something bad, you have to do it for good intent and purpose, in my opinion. Like, everyone calls me the chainsaw writer, but every single death I've ever written has always been for very deliberate, very precise purpose. And I think We Must Hate Xenos isn't that. I think we have plenty of investment in stopping Fandaniel and hating Xenos. It would feel too shock value to me. Now, that being said, if we were in the writer's room for a second, and you were arguing to me we should have, you know, Xenos in our body kill someone, I would probably try to argue you down to, we could also make him cripple someone. And there's a lot of directions you could go with that, if you wanted to go that direction with it. Like, for example, I don't know, cripple Alphino. Right off the top of my head. Thank you, Baron. As always, I will jot that down for Koibi. Yeah, you get why I say that, Giga Pudding. So... Anyways. I will stand by my statement, though I would still argue against it there. That's not the moment to hurt someone or kill someone. And I mean that. I haven't seen a moment that would be really good to kill someone yet. But if I do, I'll make a point of it. I'll make a point of saying something. I'm also going to share a theory. I know that you don't want me to share theories, but screw you. I do want to share this theory because I had it throughout that sequence, and I was thinking about it during the lunch sequence. It's the lunch sequence? Wow, Lord. While I was eating lunch. And the more I was thinking about it, the more I realized that Xenos and Fandaniel are both not the villains of this game. And I'm actually more in favor of that than not. In fact, if Xenos was the main villain of this game, I would consider that to be a bad thing. Similar with Fandaniel. I also don't think it's some other people, but I'll save that for the notes, which I've already put down. Listen, I hate filthy Xenos plenty hazardous. That's exactly my point, though. Anyways, no apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet. Though I pray you'll be the last. Yes, 'tis still you. My apologies, I realized too late the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. It was likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. Not a jailer, but again, I will save the rest of my thoughts for later. Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, yeah? Although if there is a jailer, oh my god. I just had to go through that with the other MMO. Are you certain you've recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. Thank heavens you're you again. Give me quite a fright. The body you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let's pray it is so, for I doubt it'd be better off with the care of Xenos or Fandaniel. I'll require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself, for the contingent, of course. I can wait until you returned. The jailer has nipples. I don't think I've ever even noticed. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Nope, we're good. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm done with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Yeah. Ah, that was some lighting. There's a billion quests around here now. Just double checking. Double checking. Okay. You well enough to make your report? Yeah. Varus's anima was... anima was Varus? That's probably a better way to phrase that. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? When you care about nothing, depravity doesn't exist for you, so no would be the answer to that question. It seems not. More to the point, we could surmise the wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were to take to the tower itself, this proves beyond a shadow of doubt it is beating the heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. In which case we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levios, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy Magitek. Furthermore, the road leading into it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract, one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Liminson delegations. We will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will be using a different method of ingress. Look here. This facility marked in red is a vast Magitek manufactory. In ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroid's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry the material, it can carry us too, provided we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We're going to save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. No, we're not. It's going to get worse. We still haven't had the other axe. I'm telling you. I will know it when I see it. Julius and the others have lost so much to the Tower of Babel. We will ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Van Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even, assuming he didn't name the Tower of Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zand used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether different. Yeah, it leads to the moat. It's the Tower of Babel. That's how that works. Oh, never mind. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Lavos cry to show up. I mean, I don't mind admitting that, because that's what I would probably do if I was writing this. The Lavos cry would be when the other axe drops, and then we have to deal with that nonsense. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to form Patton's. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. Yeah, Lucia's been pretty legit this whole time. Yeah, sorry, I do like to show my work when it comes to thinking. It's a long habit. Long-standing habit. Those not taking part in the assault will defend this camp at the airships, as well as safeguard your escape route from the tower. You need not worry about what comes after, so fight with all you have. Lisa's party ought to have secured the tunnel by now. Rendezvous and make your way inside. Could I get a ride to that, please? That's a bit of a trip. Thank you. It's just here. Yeah, no. Oh my god, how do you put down a marker? There it is. I did it. Okay. Hey, I get to see the city from the sky too. Oh, I'm sorry. Although they're going that way anyways, so whatever. Exploring! Exploring! Oh yeah, what's Aurora do now? Ah, 2 charges. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. I also got melee mastery. Even nicer. Boop. Go away. Go away. Go away. If you're wondering why I hesitate on every one of these map things for marking things, did you know that all 4 of the major MMOs I play have a different button combination for dropping a marker on the map? For some freaking reason. There's no standardization. For one, it's control left click. For one, it's control right click. For one, it's hold alt while moving on right click. And for this one, it's I don't remember. And so every time I'm like, ugh. Standardized! Jesus! The sun does not sneak. However, he will travel this path of yours. And those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. Damn these frigid lands. Sneeze. I mean, maybe, Sabacom, I don't know. Okay, it's control right here. Okay. I'm to accompany you into the tower. It's an honor, as ever. No, I'll wait, Pyro. But just don't forget about it. Don't forget. It's L1R1. Did you bring a coat? Please? Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. You're... okay. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you've spent too long around this feral dog of a Detharl, who is also wearing a bikini, potentially. Watch your tongue, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who's the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, and I should be blessed to meet her this day. You... as if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. We really do not have time for this. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances. It's, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let's review our strategy, quickly, if you don't mind. Hate this song. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Luna. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, and then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, Tower of Babel. Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, the Zayala will tend to them. You Scions must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground. You know what could be the axe dropping while I'm thinking about it? So, what is the Tower of Babel in Final Fantasy IV? I'll just answer you. It is an elevator. A teleportation elevator, more specifically, that connects the lunar the moon, to the Earth. So imagine long, and there's the giant walks out from behind the thing. That would probably be a pretty effective other axe dropping. You're 100% certain you're fit to fight? No odd specters haunting you awake? Nothing feels tingly? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, nope. There we go. I think it's time I was off. If I look at Urianger for one more moment, I'm liable to freeze solid. Yeah, me too. Fear not. No serious wounds have gone untreated, nor will I stand for being left behind, while the rest of you rush headlong into danger, so you needn't bother suggesting it. No, the only woman I've romanced in this one is actually on another planet, Savacom, so... Cold? Nay, I feel nary a thing. Nary a thing. I believe you. When I infiltrated the palace with Gaius, we took an entirely different route. Since then, this whole place has been reconstructed, and to it appear the path is no longer accessible. It could possibly be cold at a time like this. My heart's pounding with anticipation. Stagger our departure so as not to rouse suspicion. You go on ahead. A glorious flame? Nay, I would have seen it were it so. I crave battle, not insipid chatter. Just head north, and you'll reach it before long. The Scions are welcome to spare furs as well. You might mention that to Urian J. Yeah, no kidding. Guess I'll head north without anybody's help. I can make it. I can make it on my own. Oh, there's a wall in my way. No, there's a wall in my way. Yeah, he took off his coat because... Man, I don't know. I cannot believe that didn't aggro me. What the hell? That thing is ugly. Not looking forward to this dungeon. Or solo instance. A raid. I have no idea what this is going to be, but it's going to be something. It's the Tower of Babel. Now that the Tempered ones are aware of your plan, they will doubtless start pouring in at any moment. You needn't worry, my brothers and I shall see to it that none pass. Go forth, wreak your destruction. 72-man PvP match. Ah! Laura will take up the rear so as to ensure you are not caught unawares. Trust that we will always have your back. Now go finish this fight. You, Thancred, and the others go ahead. We'll make sure you're not pursued. No, I'm good, Esdemir. I'll figure it out. I'll stumble into it. Good to see you, Laura. Yeah, heard you collapsed, but we're given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you were... Yeah, don't worry about it. We're going to have to take part in the operation. As you'll have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lente's Tears will lead the way into the station, and I'll join you soon. Okay. I mean, I've almost done that, Pyro. I've actually done worse than that and better than that, now that I think about it. Because I used to play, I think I've said this story, but I used to play Molten Core like this. Actually, like this. As a healer. I imagine Americas. I think that's where I am trying to. It was the only way that... So the laptop was old and terrible. It couldn't really handle it, so... It was the only way I could heal the raid. Alright, this is everyone. No, this is Thancred. Uh-oh. Oh, that sucks, comma. But on the plus side, I am looking for new authors, period. I'm trying to think of an author that isn't just a sci-fi author, comma. Although Timothy Zahn has continued writing new Star Wars novels, if you haven't read those yet, period. I gotta spell Zahn. There we go. Well, enjoy adulting, Canada Banks. Our primary objective is the Telophoroid leaders. I mean, really, the Telophoroid is quite literally two people, and one of them doesn't care about it. Should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telophoroid's reign of terror. And make the tower collapse, don't forget that step. I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by primal Ascian or anything else. Oh, I didn't know that, Funball. I'll mention that to her as well. My mother was asking me for book recommendations. I've just been told he's also continuing to write in the Manticore Ascendant series, which I think actually means Manticore Ascendant. Hang on. I'm not going to try to say that one out loud. I'm just going to type that up. Here, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do together. Till the very end of the walking. No more walking for me. I'm going to turn into Discord and just kind of teleport everywhere. Oh. Okay. But to go back to it, Pyro, the thing I felt that was worse than that, I was there when they were fighting Aranicus in Moonglade. So apparently, hang on. Yep, it is a dungeon. Well, go ahead and get your guess in if you want to join us. I will be tanking, as usual. I'm going to re-roll that. I'm going to re-roll that. The previous roll was 50. So... Even the new stuff? Question mark. I mean, I believe you, period. Apparently the series is still going even, period. Alright, so numbers. So that's 9 away. That's 2 away. That's 5. That's 7. Looks like it's going to be Pretz, Luneruth, and Bragwin. I don't know if I said this out loud, but the previous number was 50, dead on, and I was just like, no, I'm not having that. I don't remember Pretzel's character, but I do know Bragwin's. It's Bragwin. It's really helpful, actually. And Luneruth, which is Luneruth. I'm telling you, this is so helpful. Lindley. Got it. Well, one of y'all gets to heal. Ah. I believe you, Blade Ball. Do any of you have a healer? Alright. Who is currently on who can heal? Alright, so Bragwin, Pretzel, and Lunaruth. Do me a favor. Pick a number between 1 and 10. The person who is closest will be kicked from the group. Or Lunaruth would just leave. Okay. Sorry, it's just we kind of need a healer, you know. Okay, so we have Pillars of Snow, US and Corp, Giga Pudding, Reggie, Omega Legion, and Fife. Now I'm just gonna straight up give that to Omega Legion if that's okay with everyone, because I know they're going to bed soon and probably want to participate. Right after I remember what your character name is. Lilith. So I'm going to need you to heal Omega Legion. Wait, I have one more request. Don't let me die. Actually, no, don't let them die, then don't let me die. You can let me die if it means not letting them die. Let all of us die. Except for yourself. Save yourself at any cost. Come on, there we go. Listen, your job is to kill me. Let's just commit to it. Murder me. Healer assassination. I mean, the healer is the easiest person to assassinate someone in any MMO.
Now or never.
Aw. I was kind of hoping for a, final dungeon from FF. I mean, there is the Tower of Babel theme, but I was hoping for the Giant of Babel remix. Oh, that's an interesting effect. Okay. This should be fun. And yeah, I noticed they're pulling this trick. They've been doing this a lot lately, and it's a good trick. Always in favor of that trick. WoW used this trick like once and then walked away from it. It's like, no, keep doing that. It's a good trick. Right? Am I right? Anyways. I mean, there's such a thing as overdoing it, but I don't think 14 has overdone it. My opinion. Holy... Oh, do you have access to Holy 3 now? Nice. Holy 3 is the best. I mean, kinda, yeah, Reggie. For a while there, they were getting really good at implementing an idea and then advancing upon it, and then advancing upon it, and then advancing upon it. And then BFA hit. That's being slightly exaggerative. Honestly, that actually began with warlords. As much as it's easy to dogpile on BFA, they had issues before then. Well, at least we're not in a gross, organic-looking dungeon. That would be terrible. The last thing I need is to go through another gross organic dungeon in this game. You can have your Nurgle towers all you want, as long as they're way, way, way over there, and not down, not upwind. Moments reprieve. From here onwards, we should split into 3 groups to divide their attention. Is that Barnabas? It's Barnabas! Ah! Oh, and there's Luge. Okay. Yeah, no, that tracks. Bam! No, not them! Hit them over there! I should not find that as amusing as I do. That's just a straight-up reference, and I still like it. That apparently hits a little bit hard. Okay. That's repulse, right? Or is that... God, no, that's gonna be grab. That's gonna be grab. Yep. Listen, I don't understand magnets, okay? Obviously. Let's pull them back to the middle. Back to the middle. Down here. Or you can do that. That's cool. Back to the middle. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. That'll be repulse. And it makes sense that the Frankenstein's monster boss would be, magnetized boss, so I'm with it. Okay. There's a giant switch on his back. It's just a straight up switch. Wait, do I have a party of bunny girls again? I do. Oh my god! It continues to be a thing. I'm not even mad. One down. Nice fight. I like that. Hold up. Nope. We've just now gotten to the point where the gear is equal to the gear I have. I'll never be a bunny girl like you. Yeah, 530. We're finally at 530 gear. It actually might be worse because I have 530 raid gear, and I'm not sure how they do item distribution, or excuse me, item budget in this game. But where does dungeon sit in there? Whoop! This bunny girl, dragon girl, it's all the same thing. They're all adorbs. Not me. First of all, I'm a guy. Second of all, I'm not a bunny! I'm a giraffe. Thank you very much. Everyone keeps saying that you're gonna make a lore bunny, Lord. No, I'm really not. Okay. The sense make. I've never heard of a giraffe either. Or a human, for that matter. 44 million. $44 million, and I will make a lore bunny. How tall was this place? God. How much for to stay lore bunny forever? 44 million. I'll do it. Done. I will sacrifice my dignity and my pride for the sake of being able to take care of my family for the rest of their lives. Yeah, tall. You might say this dungeon is tall enough to reach the moon. 43 million? No deal! For 43 million, I will only be a lore bunny for exactly 5 seconds. Then I'll immediately change back. Uh-oh. I think we're up to the organic section. I see bones littering the hallways. This is probably where we get gross. Gross warning engaged. That's not quite gross yet. We got to transition into gross. Can't just embrace it whole hog. Yeah, it's actually worse than just straight organic. It's like metallic centipedes that ooze organic pus, is how I would describe that. It's pretty gross. So, you know. Ooh, that's a good idea. Rax, if someone donates $40 million, you have to roll. You have to Fantasia into a Lalafell. I've already seen myself as a Lalafell, so not all that bad. So, think of that what you will. Come on, look at him. That's Luge? That's not what I was expecting to see up here. Why are there organic... Okay, I don't even want to know what's in this room. Let's do it! Okay, unavoidable. Very avoidable. Avoidable. Lots of avoidable. We're avoiding. We're avoiding. Okay. Okay. I'm with it. Any damage? We do a little bit of damage. The other one looks like a frog thing. Oh, it requires this to be a frog. Yeah, there you go. I was a Lalafell. Pay up. Oh, wait, it was for Rax to be a Lalafell, wasn't it? My bad. Okay. Whoop. Got it. Well, this is my life now. They almost move in time to the music. Nope. Yeah, none of those are safe. Ooh. Poke. You manifested me, but you're no match for Lord Xenos. Just gonna leave his... whatever that is. Okay, whatever. At least look what some of this stuff looks like. That's a cool, hilt, I guess? I'm not sure what to call that. One moment, please. That sounds accurate, period. I've been told they're quite good, comma. It's something like a series of 3, I think? Question mark. I think I've mentioned this before, but my mother reads. That's her thing. You know, I play video games, she reads. So, every now and again, every few months, I do a little bit of a... toss out a net to try and find more stuff for her to read. It's... so that's a... what they did was they took the model from FF13, and they pasted his skin when he mutates himself in FF4 on top of it. If you can picture it in your head, Rax, remember when he's got like this weird skeleton thing, he's standing at a really weird angle? He's like, ah, he's got like lasers on his back. That thing. And there's Anima. Oh, that's gross. Oh, yeah. Yep, we're in gross land. Gross land engaged. I can actually do that. This is about to go badly, and for that, I apologize. Oh my god, they didn't pulse! They didn't pulse! Hang on, hang on. Pull it back, pull it back. No! You got too close! Why would you do that? Why would you do that? No! No! Okay, okay, we're just gonna pop some buttons now. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, we're gonna pop another button. Okay, we're gonna get another button going here. They didn't pulse! They didn't pulse! That actually teaches me something I didn't know about this game. Is that they don't have pulse aggro. That's actually fascinating to learn. What's funny is some MMOs do pulse aggro, and some MMOs do what I like to call inverse pulse aggro. So, some MMOs have a thing where enemies... the reason I call it pulse is the enemies themselves pulse the aggro itself. So to explain what I mean by that here, hang on, I'm going to stand here and explain this. So I pull them, they run up here through that group, and by virtue of interacting with that other group, they pulse out the aggro to me. Make sense? So that's what pulse aggro is, and actually most MMOs have pulse aggro. There's also inverse pulse aggro, which is much harder to explain, but it's a thing too. Let's just ignore that death thing there. And yes, I know what linked mobs is. Linked mobs has been around since EverQuest 2. Pulsing has nothing to do with that. Yeah, good job healing, by the way, and DPSing. I blew literally every one of my cooldowns except for Nebula. I was holding on to Nebula just in case. And just for fun. Aw. Just out of range. Owl. Two hyper-tuned at a time. This should be fun. Oh, this now. And this. God damn, that rain. You can hear that through the music. It's okay, guys. We got this. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. There we go. We're good. We're good. Have you read those books? Question mark. If not, comma, I could get them for you. Period. So now to fight Grossville McGrosson. Anima was always gross. But, yeah, even I don't think Varys deserved this. And Varys was kind of a terrible person. Ah, so this is where the Magitek stuff comes from. I've seen a few Magitek weapons. The Iron Womb. Yeah, by the way, I just really quick before we pull this, I want you to look at all those pods and think about what's in those pods. Anyways. Oh. Okay. Not what I was expecting. Glory to Garlemald. That's a good point. Varus did give me Xenos, but I still wouldn't, you know, wish this upon him or anyone really. Don't worry, she won't cast a blue. Everything's fine. She's casting something called Boundless Pain from all the souls that are near here. Okay, it does stop. This anima is a dad instead of a mother. Okay. Oh, this is cool. Whales of Lamentation call. Okay, we're on a DPS turn. Go, go, go! Come on. I guess we finally get to fight Varus outside of Bosia. Excuse me, Bosia. Remember to keep running with that one. Remember to keep running with it. I don't see what the mechanic is, but that was the trails you thing. The altered reality plunges into chaos. I must kill this. Okay. There was Oblivion. Here's attending back to reality land for a moment. Another Boundless Pain. I love Boundless Pain. You know, it's just my favorite thing, really. Yep. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. That's terrible. Oh, God. I wish I could see all of Anima, but, you know, camera zoom out problems. The one right next to me, go figure. wonder what happens if we get caught by that. And yeah, I know you can do this. Hang on. That right there. Whoop, whoop, hang on. Hang on. I forgot how to do it. There's a way to do it. There we go. Like this. So I can be like, hey, but that's like a terrible solution. And I'm going to die for doing that. But yes, I am aware of that. I kind of hate that, personally. I mean, it's nice to have the option. Sorry, I don't mean I hate it, but no thank you, you know. Well, becoming infertile is probably a good thing, kick a pudding. Now, the reason I'm paying attention to the camera issue is it's variable. It's not in, you know, every boss fight, and, you know, how bad it is and how frequent it is kind of relevant for the review. So, that's actually the first fight where the camera issue has shown up. It's not too bad, although this is only our second dungeon. Still. Yeah, Varus should have been infertile from the beginning. By the way, good job, everyone. Good clear. We have put Varus back where he belongs. Someplace that isn't this. Anywhere. Anywhere that isn't this. It's literally a Garlean coat. I kind of like that, actually. What is that? Rogue Ninja. Nah. I spit upon it. What's this? Dark Knight. Oh, I know this. This is the one Mr. Red uses. Or used. Let's see. So, 15 gameplay negatives for misuse of Dr. Luge. Yeah, goodbye, Varus. You deserve to die, but you didn't deserve this. Oh man, imagine if that song had played during the Dr. Luge fight.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Don't exist. Hang on, one sec. Before we start what is no doubt a lengthy cutscene. Wait a minute. They've already used that song in this game, haven't they? For the Dancing Calcabrina. They did, didn't they? Those bastards. Alright, whatever. Sure. Now I'm upset.
Come. The other two await.
Oh, hey, we've left organic land.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
The summoning of the Giant of Babel.
Enough!
Yeah, thank you, Estinian. Oh, come on, I can break through that.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Well, here we go. Imagine how many years... Years? Imagine how many miles around you could see that beam. Well?
Cryle? But how?
That's a good question.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age!
You mean like Zodiark?
Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
Oh, I'm in this cutscene? Holy crap.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls.
But Anima's gone.
Should the Empire fall, the world must share fate.
What is this, Operation Cinder?
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
No, survive screaming. That's what we're on this expansion. And yeah, Tower of Babel, teleported to the moon. Not the direction I was thinking.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her.
No, Zach Taft, Operation Cinder was a bad writer's bad idea.
At Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiark remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him.
His name is Fusoya.
Restore the seal. Zodiark must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
I don't know if you can hear that thunder, but I've gotten a lot of thunder right now. It's very appropriate mood setting. Yeah, I like it. Xenos is just like, ugh, and has already started walking. Yeah, I'm entrusting Garlemald to you. That's how this is working out.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
I don't have to prove that. I am doing so by leaving the fate of the entire planet in your hands. Now,
our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
This could go one of two directions.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Either we are much weaker than usual because we don't have our support network. Remember, one of the core tenets of the Star Destroyer concept is that we are useless alone. Well, much weaker alone, much less effective. Or we enter a world of cardboard scenario. No need to hold back. The world of cardboard is a rather famous speech by Superman in the DCAU. It boils down to this. Superman is extraordinarily powerful, and so he has to be careful and cautious and hold himself back constantly, because he feels like he lives in a world of cardboard. He says it to Darkseid, to whom he no longer feels the need to hold back. She channeled a dangerous amount of ether. It's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Kryl and Hydaelyn were both clearly willing to take the risk. See, that's a good question, Rax. And truthfully, I'm not sure. Like I said, this can go one of two ways. Because we didn't kill the most powerful thing we have encountered so far by ourselves, or the other most powerful thing we've encountered so far. Both times we canonically had help. So, fear not for Kryl. Go forth and return, I prithee. We're moving out to rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. Stand there for just a moment, please. A prayer for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. Please don't say that. We've no time for worrying. Let's go. As I suspected. Okay. If all are tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we're not too late. In the meantime, may the 12, who don't exist, carry you to victory. I would say the biggest thing we've beaten solo by ourselves, unbuffed, is actually Xenos and Shinryu combined. That's probably the top tier as far as peaking so far. Again, solo and unbuffed. Everything else we've either been buffed for, like Needhog, or we've had help with, like Emet-Selch or Elidibus. Omega's... I don't even want to think about. Omega's its own thing over there. Although, frankly, I actually think Omega's a little bit lower than Shinryu combined with Xenos, but that's so small of a distinction as to not matter. We beat both solo, canonically. In the same expansion, no less. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of Allagan design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. Well, let me ask you to return to the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of the ether will transport you to the Mare Lamentorum. We hope this ally of hers can provide you the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits you, our prayers are with you. Now go beyond the sky. I mean, it's an okay line. It's nowhere near as good as the other line, but it's an okay line. So, pause for a moment. We've done 3 zones so far. I actually had a presumptionation in the back of my mind that the majority of this expansion would be spent in... the majority of the new zones would be on the moon. I was obviously extraordinarily wrong, and I have thus far been proven so. But, to put it simply, this is something I've been waiting for quite some time.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Well, there's Zemus's palace. Before I respond to that, I also, this is rather appropriate since the moon in FF4 is also an artificial moon, so that tracks. Hydaelyn's champion. I have the strange feeling there are other people on the moon. I'm not sure. It's a vague vibe I get. I don't know. Some random thing. Don't mind me. I have to zoom out a little bit. Okay. I knew it. We were always aliens. Oh, that's a pretty sight, isn't it? It's not rotating. I'm almost sad. Not to compare, but there's one moment, which I shan't even spoil in World of Warcraft, literally one moment, where you get to see Azeroth from space, and they actually invented this brand new tech to make it rotate. It's actually absolutely wild the way they did it. And now that I'm staring at it, I guess it is actually physically rotating. So, rather than have a sphere that they just rotate, what they did is actually there's more like a window in the sky. And what it does is there's essentially a slightly offset 2D image that kind of rotates through it. And that's how they did it over in WoW. And yeah, I can see now that it's actually rotating very slowly. Which they probably couldn't do if this was on the PS3. Alright, so let's go attune. I like the song up here already. Everything's big because of course it was built for Ember Oceans. And then tracks. Yeah, there we go. Alright. What's funny is it's so easy for a barren moonscape to be boring. And I can think of multiple examples where they've managed it. Mario Odyssey comes to mind immediately. I return. I must return. Why? 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 Lingering grief. Hello? Hey, there we go. That's it. Okay. Oh yeah, nope, we're having some lag. We're having some server lag there. That, yeah, Home. I want. I need. Good thing it didn't happen during the Tower of Babel. You mustn't touch the thunder. The cerulean halls find me. Well, time to go to Zemus's palace. As an aside, I like that take on it. If you remember FF4, it was basically just a bunch of crystals jammed together. But that actually has some, pattern and rhythm to it. And it even follows the, like, that arc thing. That's very Amarosian in architecture. I don't know what to call that. Artificial sea? Artificial oceanic? I don't know what to call that, but it's a distinct thing, and we saw it in the recreation of Amarot. Now we find out that secretly there's bunny people on the moon. Which is a thing for some reason. God damn, why are they so big? Ugh! Yep, I'm mad because I'm small. No steps echo through this prominent spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Well... see you around, Dakota. Have a good one. And yeah, I noticed the music playing here. The fleck is that? I mean, I know what it is, but... yeah, okay. Now is an extraordinarily bad time for questions, Elizar. Sorry. Apologies. I have been preoccupied for quite some time and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Not fully complete, because, you know, Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 have there been. 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has to take action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. 6 locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. 5 were destroyed by his would-be liberator. 1 of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. So, I would rather not expel them, and if there's anything else I can do about it. Of that I have no doubt. You are her chosen. I I am the Watcher and the Jailer. I am not the judge. Lavos is right there in the background. Know this. Hydaelyn commands the force of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will these souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. But there's a red... Okay. Well, it's surprisingly warm up here. Just imagine one of the worst written things you can think of, Alex, and you're there. Let's see. I don't have anything else, do I? What's this look like? Oh, that's the turtleneck. Right. Screw it. Here. Oh, yeah, there it is, there it is. Speaking as someone who doesn't tend to lean into exaggerations when it comes to WoW, Alex, the Jailer's one of the worst things that they've ever added to WoW. There's no hyperbole to that. It really is astonishing. Speaking of which, let's have some risotto al Nero. While the squid ink may give this dish a somewhat outlandish appearance, the other ingredients are remarkably simple, and the various flavors combine to create an unforgettable culinary experience that must be tasted to be believed. Listen, I'm fine. I could just breathe. Oh god, I can't breathe! No, don't discard. There we go. Speaking of which, I'm just going to discard this, because I do not like that outfit at all. And I'm going to get rid of this, too. Alright. What's this? When did I get an Asian robe? Whatever. Ah, come on. There we go. You must confront those lost souls. Yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word. Simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however. Emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. Yeah, that's another thing I've been noticing. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests. Draw closer. I'm okay. Okay. I'm just gonna stand here for a second, for no reason. Everything's cool, everything's cool. That is a huge prison. Look at that. Where? When? How long? Was it truly so long ago? Gosh, I hope so, Ross. So this isn't the moon, we got a problem. Oh yeah, I've been to space, yo. Finally. We were happy, at peace with the planet. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. What's funny is it applies just as much here as it did over in Warcraft. It's for a little bit of backstory. The whole point was not being to space. That's not really all that big of a deal by itself. It's within the confines of the specific setting, being able to go to space in such a manner and still being able to access and act and do things is actually a really rare and uncommon ability in both settings. So, yeah. Oh, also, yeah, sorry. We go to space to fight the final boss of Warcraft. That was the end of Legion. The very final patch took us to frickin' space. So, you know. Hey, look! What we're doing here! Clearly, FF14 is just stealing from WoW. No, it's a good maneuver, and we've known there's going to be a lunar thing for a long time at this point. We were the stars' beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The planet flourished, as did we. Do you remember? No. Yeah, let's see. So we go to space in the original Final Fantasy 1, in 4, in 5, in 7 for a few seconds. Doesn't quite count. In 8 for quite some time. In 9... No, I don't think 9 counts. I'm going to walk that back. So not in 9. We don't do it in 10. We kind of do in 11. That's a little bit asterisk-y territory. We don't do it in 12. We don't do it in 13. We don't really do it in 13.2. We absolutely do it in 13.3. What? We don't in 15 either. Oh, and also we don't intend to. An usually lustrous dog is gazing out with what seems to be fond anticipation. Okay. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Okay. At this point, whatever. I'm on the moon following a dog. Whatever. Oh, that's interesting. And yeah, some of the FFs get a little asterisk-y. Like I mentioned. Like in FF5, we go to another planet. So how much that counts is debatable, but the usual method of transit between those two planets is meteors, so I think that counts. By contrast, in FF9, we go to another planet, which is actually inside our planet, so that's a little bit different. And we don't talk about after-eaters. Ever. There's someone fishing down here. The final dungeon in FF9 is more going... God, it's hard to explain that with English, but... Going... Receding through history is probably the best way to explain that one. Yeah, you're right. We actually have had chemical fish and lava fish. Now we have moonfish. And it's funny you say that, Final Cloud, because After Years is on the list for funding, although it is nowhere near funded, last I checked. Can I help you? We and this planet were fulfilled. Not wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? Well, there's this thing called Lavos, okay? Hey, I'm not laggy this time. That was really disorienting last time. It's so rare I get server lag in this game that I was actually thrown by it for a second. It's Lavos! It's Lavos! It's Lavos! There we go, okay. No, I actually do have a real theory about what it is, but I can't tell you that, because you asked me not to. Yeah, get us some high-quality fish from the moon, or you're out of the fishing guild of Limsa Laminsa. The final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us. The injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected partings. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Yet such truth, yet no consolation. Not off the top of my head, Ross. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent around the numbing brand. Supposedly I have another package. I'm sorry. Give a moment here. Have a view. I never really got into fishing in FF15, but I am aware of the fact that it's really in-depth. Like, really in-depth. There you go. Enjoy the view. This really reminds me of is the Overmind more than anything else. Would I be disappointed if it is Lavos? No. It would also neatly set up the next story arc if you think about it. We've dealt with all the issues that Lavos did here. We now have a story arc for the future. Because Lavos, by definition, is not a solitary creature. So I haven't seen any of the enemies you're talking about. Like, I see these things, and I saw the hand things earlier, but I haven't seen anything else. And I'll probably save actually exploring for real for when I have flight. Lustrous Dog is... Okay. Oh, next section. Okay. Lavos is a species, not an individual, Luke. That's part of the terror of it. Love the ring of crystal. Oh, my actual prediction? Depends on how they execute it, Cashel. Because it would be very easy for it to be done badly. Oh my god, those are terrifying. You see those, what do I call them? Luna tenders. Wow. Yeah, that's, I'll get closer to one in a minute. I gotta follow a doggy right now, but yeah. Well, okay. As good a time as any. There you go. There's the noodle. Whoop, there we go. The noodle tender. It's dead now, but you know, that was not Thancred. I think I can say rather definitively. Believe it or not, I've actually answered that question already, Final Cut, many times, but the problem is virtually every boss, and yes, I do mean every boss in Chrono Trigger, would actually be very easy and... not easy, that's the wrong word. Would be a good boss style to adapt into a game like 14. I guarantee you, if I sat down and came up with a way to... I don't see a question from you. Really sorry. Oh, hang on, it just updated. Maybe I missed it. No, I'm not playing WoW after this. I've decided not to torture my viewers like that. So that's my answer to you in simplicity. I will not be playing WoW after this, no. But yeah, like, virtually every Chrono Trigger boss could be converted into an FF14 thing, and because there's good core elements to it, you can add layers and depth to it, if that makes any sense. Like, the bones of the Chrono Trigger boss fights are so good that it's easy to add meat on top of them, and flesh out the mechanics and layer them, which is something FF14 does quite well. So, and I mean that all the way back to Yakra and the frickin' Dino Tank. Like I said, all the bosses. Picture the Mystic Trio fight in 14. Our perfection came tumbling down. Such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiark. Zodiark, our Lord and Savior. To forge our world anew. To live and love again. Become one with the planet. What is this, FF7? Fill earth and heaven with life. Birth paradise where fear is distant memory. Interesting. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? That unmistakable color, the soul of a Zem. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So, Emmett Selk meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? We meet again, Hythlodaeus. Again? I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Explain, explain, explain. The irony is this might not be the original either, if you think about it. Oh yeah, I meant to click this for earlier. Emmett Selk created a shade in my likeness, and not only of me, but of all of Amarot. How very like him. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. I am beyond such things. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul, sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and plots for our resurrection. Heidelin's intervention, Zodiark's and the planet's final fate. Then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. That's a long time. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiark, or the future of the planet. Nevertheless, in you I must place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe as Emmett Selk did. Believe in yourself and all will be well. new arrivals, though... Ah, Vandaniel. That color I know. Although, another I do not. An unfamiliar but fearsome being. Yeah, it's just some asshole. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Fare you well, my new old friend. I mean, Hythlodaeus has been pretty legit, even when he was just an echo. Which I guess is what that one is too, but you get my point. Look at it. Look at it! Behold the glory of our one true Savior. Yes. Yes! Ah! No! No! And it's dead. And that's why there's no gods, because Rax just killed the only one. Which one, Ross, if you don't mind my asking? Like, I could probably think of one too if I really sat down and thought about it. Cry havoc and let slip the dog of war! That's you, by the way. Okay. That's not what I was expecting to happen. Okay. No, I'm cool. I'm cool. Everything's cool. We're all good up here. What is that? We saw that on approach, too. And it looks like something that crash-landed here. Not something that's built as part of the facility. It's also very clearly Alagon, which would track with that logic. I mean, it would make perfect sense that the Alagons made it to the moon. So... no, Raid 36. And I never will. Xenos, what? Stop. Quit it. Quit it. Stop. Buddy. I know you want attention. But I'm not going to give it to you if you do that. Or, okay, that's cool. We're cool. Everything's cool.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Ugly looking sucker.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. Powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment.
Oh, that makes sense.
Such potential. Even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand.
I don't have time for you.
You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement.
Xenos, I've beaten you by myself before. While you were empowered.
Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Yeah, I know you did. That's the problem. Yeah, even got a response out of Xenos. That's impressive in its own right. Because after all, Elidibus is gone, so there's no core, aka mind. We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of natural order. Yeah, exactly, Tim. We are the martyr, the bestower of the new beginnings. We are...
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. I agree, Scion. We are the will of the planet, now and forevermore. By the way, the name of this quest is The Martyr. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong, 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 wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No more. We beg of you. The planet must endure. Well...
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
I was saying, we're gonna need some help to fight that thing.
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command.
Why'd you make Zodiark look so ugly?
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
I'm gonna just roll now, because we all know where this is going. Seriously, you have to craft a thing to save the world. Why do you make it look like that? Why would you do that? The Dark Inside. Well, I can go ahead and admit that one of my predictions from earlier was correct. I thought that Zodiark would be the Vothri equivalent. And here we are. Okay, well, this should be fun. I've had a theory about what I think the final boss, or the final villain will actually be, and we're not there yet, but of course the moon is hollow. Pretty gross looking, too. What's with all this crap? Whatever. So, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Okay, so 2 people don't get to come, and those 2 people are Pretzel and Gigapudding. Everyone else gets in. I guess this is Titania, but whatever. Actually, I take that back. No, this is totally Vothri. But I'll explain why in a minute, especially if I'm right. Okay, I gotta scroll up to catch people. Serona, Alex, Brax is in the group. Reggie. Just that one. Zira. 5. Is that everyone? No, Pillars of Snow is the last one. There we go. Yeah, Vothri narratively to Titania gameplay-wise would probably be a better way to clarify that. And who am I missing? Oh yeah, Pillars of Snow, which is on this list somewhere. I don't see it next year. There you are. Well. What do we got? Because I can't see anything here. Let's see. That's... Not what I mean at all, Scion, but I agree with you. I mean, we're not even going to be able to kill this thing by ourselves in lore. Again, by the way. Keep needing help to kill things. It's really pathetic. Registration withdrawn. Question mark? Why tentacles? have, like, jetpacks on your sides? What, are each of those supposed to be the pieces he's missing? Because that would make a degree of sense. You know, it's like there's an arm not there. In fact, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Well, yeah, no, that tracks. Well, I have no idea what I'm doing here. So, this should be fun.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Circus?
Become flesh!
I was questioning the pronunciation, sorry. That's the first time I've heard that said out loud in that manner.
Will you live to see the end?
No.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
Chaos!
At last, I am become Zodiac!
Yep, nope, there's 6. 6 portals. In the Cloud of Darkness position, rather appropriate. Actually reminds me a lot of the Hell Emperor.
The natural order overturned! All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! waited for this day. Cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Live to see the end.
Well, there's our wife. Wife won.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Become flesh!
I'm admittedly a little surprised we didn't have a mid-mission checkpoint when he takes off his mask. It felt like that kind of a thing. And they invented that concept all the way back in Stormblood with Ultima, so... It's not like they're shy about doing that kind of thing.
Will you live to see the end?
Yeah, I like the Onklorn marker too.
The Zodiac shall be complete!
I'm not sure if it's been in the game before, but it was one of the first times I've seen it. But just looking at it, you can tell, oh, okay, so stack for a while.
Mine!
No, it's a good feature, I like it. You know me, I like universal markers in general. Why did you make it so ugly?
I am become Zodiac!
What the hell, Mitron? Oh, that's fun, Rax. That sounds like a soft enrage by itself. Because eventually it's just going to be too much.
'Tis 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 ' existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! For this day. All in existence, bent to my will.
And then we wipe.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Oh, right, it's right after this, my bad.
From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn.
Just in case.
Will you live to see the end?
You gotta have the wing sign, especially the one wing. It's a really popular look, or so I'm told.
All in existence, bent to my will. Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint.
Okay. Yep. That would be fun, Scion. I'd never do it, but it would still be fun.
All in existence, bent to my will. Will you live to see the end?
1% wipes happen. In fact, we've had that happen on stream for this particular run. But not today. Good job, everyone.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Scion. Now let's see if I'm right. Well done. My preparations are complete. I stand ready to seal Zodiark once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory!
Yeah, this is the axe, by the way.
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiark. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Deep breaths, slow, steady. Totally called it, by the way. You saw it too, yes? The blue star below thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion, all was truth. With the death of Zodiark, the laws of nature of which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short. Oh, go away. I really don't have time for you.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
First of all, no you don't, because you don't know what that means. Second of all, Lavos. Yeah, Hope's gonna win this time, jackass. Just so you know. Unlike every other time.
We shall see.
Frankly, I'm going to count that as another iteration. Brief, but it counts. That was all about, but okay. The expansion has rather regularly been bringing up what I am loosely referring to as the idealism versus nihilism argument. And it's been bouncing in and out of the narrative, so I've decided to start keeping track of how many times it's been happening. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiark and the end of all things. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Although my communion with Hydaelyn has grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. As luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Is there a way up that doesn't involve reverse jumping? Guess we'll go the slow way then. Too positive boss fight, by the way. Oh, I guess I could. Ugly ship, go! Stain the moon ugly! Oh no, called it doesn't mean anything. It just means I called it. That's all that means. Dare I ask what happened before you arrived? Yeah, everything's really, really bad. May we presume this is being as a native of the moon? Yep, nope, we did it. We beat the last boss. Everything's good. Yay. No, we haven't killed Hydaelyn yet, so we're not there yet. Or the actual last boss, which is... Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. Yep, suicide bombers. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. I mean, I feel weird sometimes, silly idea, when I play a game or watch a movie with a friend or a family member, and they're like, stop predicting stuff! Actually, that's not true. What tends to happen is I know which specific people that I am free to comment on and which people I should keep my mouth shut around. Like, my sister loves it when I talk during, you know, a movie or whatever. To use one example. Lest you wonder, Mistress Krell has also been delivered under their care. Serving as a conduit for Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. Hang on. I need to turn myself into a dumb version of me. Alright. I must continue the hunt. Where is my friend? Ah, sorry. As for Alphino and Alize, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, matters here already come to conclusion. Yeah. What manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And this is the ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out. He is not unlike the Shades of Amarant. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn, together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark. Or rather, it was my duty. Yeah, so... well, whatever. I don't even have anything else to add to my notes, except called it. Let's see... Listen, I can make new jobs, okay? I can make this happen. Yeah, Zodiark's no more. Sorry. And that's actually really bad. And not without consequence, I'm afraid, for now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of... You alright? Nope. My attempt to forestall Zodiark's release has all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, then I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. Also, tick-tock, end of the universe. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means. If you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? A sound suggestion. I have seen that thing, yes, Alex. I'm not sure why. She's pretty young and not very motherly. This is a weird breather after the martyr. I want to talk about this, but I'm not 100% right yet. Because we haven't actually seen the consequences of taking down Zodiark yet. So, I'm not sure if I'm right yet or not. We will see, I'm sure. Pray review the records on the upper floor, and I will see if there is aught to be learned down here. Yeah, no, I think I agree with that, Rex. I suppose it's not saying much to say I called it that Zodiark's death would be a bad thing, because that was fairly well telegraphed, all things considered. I have a specific theory about what that is, because I've been paying attention this time around, but we'll see if I'm right. A moment longer, friend. Yeah, no, take your time, sorry. Go ahead. Mend my gear, I need it, because someone wiped us, and that someone was me, because I'm stupid. Didn't mean to be stupid, my bad. I dared to be stupid. I hate that song. Zodiark defeated. While he may have been in an incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive defeat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable. Fandaniel would have seen to it one way or the other. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiark's power to wreak untold destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of two unfavorable outcomes. Yeah, no, we still did a good. Let's be clear about this. Dost thou suppose our host hath maintained his solitary vigil since the very beginning without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Kidding. Yeah, I had to make sure Rax didn't wipe us. He's very fond of doing that. I actually like several Weird Al songs. I just don't like Dare to Be Stupid. What is that, by the way? That is an actual mathematical thing. Pattern. No, I believe you, Wenlock. It didn't blindside me because I was zooming out the camera and presuming things. To be completely honest, and there's no bragging here. If we hadn't fought Zodiark this early on, I would have actually been surprised. It's a helix, but there's a specific term for that. Here, hang on, let me... Like, if you do a formula and then push it out as a graph in a three-dimensional space, it'll look like that. Although I guess most things are formulas, if you think about it. And yes, Amon certainly played us all for fools. Because nihilism is the true path, don't you know? Let me just talk to you about nihilism versus idealism for a second. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Oh. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. This is a long, lonely vigil on the moon dating back to the beginning of Zodiark's imprisonment. If I may. One second. See if I can find it. Give me a sec. I'm not sure where to find it, so I gotta see if I can figure it out. This is from a journal entry in World of Warcraft. Day 10. The makers are gone. I have been left to watch. Day 10,500. The halls are quiet, empty. I thought they want me to watch the hall, but they never specifically said Archivon watched the hall. Maybe it's okay if I watch the outside too? It'd probably be less boring. It's decided. I am now responsible for watching the hall and the outside. I shall take on my new responsibility next month. Day 20,120. The outside is much more open than the hall. There are convenient cliffs and mountains bordering it. I am now confident the makers meant for me to watch this too. I hope they don't notice I was only watching the hall for the first decade. Day... hang on. 1,051,213. I have invented a new game today. It's called Kick the Revenant. I made it from the front of the keep to the main road today. Before next year, I'm going to try to land it over the river. I'm not going to share all of these, but it's a journal entry from a watcher. A watcher, I'm using the right terminology. Which are endless sentinel-type creatures over in Warcraft. And, it's mostly done for amusement. But it's actually really tragic if you start to get into it. And yeah, Archivon is specifically of whom I am referring. For those of you who know. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your mind. The records describe how with each rejoining, Zodiark's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiark's imprisonment appears to tax Hydaelyn greatly. Problem solved! Hydaelyn, you can chill for a bit, take a breather, have a 5. I'll get you a Coke. You want some tea? I can do tea. I got a burger. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiark broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly by the Loperites, although it's not clear who or what those are. Loperites? I don't know. Oh, full nihilist, Pika. As you gaze into the crystal, record of an unexpected visitor. Records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiark from his prison, and that they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realized we would never dare bring harm to Zodiark so long as he remains imprisoned. I mean, yeah, we don't want the Zodiark barrier to go away. You've heard of the Zodiark Braves? Well, this is nothing like that at all. Oh, I actually agree with that, Alex. And the stupidest thing is it's such a dumb mindset. Then they try to do all this intellectual pseudo bullcrap to describe it. It's like, no, you're just an idiot. Do you know anything of import? No. So it's as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I, too, made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. Yeah, we knew that. When the Watcher said he created together with this place, I thought he meant the facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are beyond anything I could have imagined. I think we're about to get much darker than Shadowbringers, Ross. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiark and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
The fact that he's a nihilist, Pika. I don't know how to answer that. Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world. Aha! I don't know how to pronounce that. Aetheris? 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 One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, which was Lavos, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the planet.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
There was this giant shell we found. They were not. However, the Convocation struck upon a method to predict where the corruption would manifest. It's kind of a running joke, silly idea. It's also kind of not. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. Currents which course through the land and the seas. And those which flow through the air. And of those of a celestial nature, which encompass both the planet and the moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Now let me put on my astrologian hat for a second here. Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. No, Starchild is just a broken VI, Pika. Like the terrestrial ones of Earth and Air, the celestial currents form vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. It carries with it the... I'll write it down. The Akasha. The Convocation soon realized the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Without correlation, without clear cause, ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiark conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiark, our end was averted.
Emmet Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiark's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiark's creation. But their aim was never to unmake him. They understood his continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need to remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Do we know how long it's been since the final days? Since the fall of Amarant? Do we know the number there? Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiark, herself, and the star into lesser reflections that she might confine him in this place. 12,000 years. That's messed up. That's... I can't talk about it. I've been asked not to talk about it. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. Hydaelyn and Zodiark are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection, limited by our own imperfections. Zodiark was without question the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of Etheirys' population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dare spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Etheirys and her history. Plus, we hadn't written it back then. Like Zodiark, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that.
Am I the only person who absolutely does not trust Hydaelyn?
Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
That is a good question. The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Being ruined to the source and its reflections will share its fate. Ah, it's ready. This way, if you'd be so kind. All I'll say, as I get up to grab a drink, because I just noticed I'm out of liquid, is I trust Hydaelyn. I'd say exactly as much as I trust Casper, the genocidal ghost. This way, if you'd be so kind. What, do we get Big Whale now? Or whatever. Skeptical is not what I am. I prefer to call myself cautious. Beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
We called it Lavos. Hydaelyn knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she had ever struggled to hold Zodiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst, and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. This moon is more than a prison. It has a vessel capable of bearing people of Aetheris to safe harbor. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the Dark. By the way, I like the star-motifed robe. I'm the Watcher. Okay. What is that? It's a weapon! It's a better weapon! It's my weapon. I suppose... I keep being asked not to talk about it, but I look at Hydaelyn like I do most robots, to be blunt. You don't really trust a robot. It's not really part of the equation. You know what I mean? A robot will do what it is intended to do. No more. No less. So trust isn't quite the right word to be using here. And that's all I'll say. Oh my god, look at my gunblade. What? Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! I've got Lightning's freaking gunblade. Oh my god. Whatever. It looks cool drawn. It's just, wow. I have theories as to what Hydaelyn was intended to do, but... Well, yeah, true. Lightning's is like a full switchblade thing. It's ridiculous. I should very much like to hear more of this extraordinary story. The moon's a ship? Well, now I've heard everything. Again, in FF4, the moon was a ship, so... Maybe true, but others will struggle to believe it. We are super not up for questions. So I'm mostly saying this as a joke, but I gotta say this out loud. If it turns out that we're the Lunarians from FF4... Anyways. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mara Lamentorum, where Zodiark was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. Look, I'm not saying we're aliens. As Hydaelyn created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let's make for the crushing brand. Attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service to Hydaelyn's plans, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make way for the crushing brand, then? Yep. Hydaelyn created the jailer. She ruined Warcraft. Could I get a ride, please? Please. I beg of you. I don't know how to beg. There's no beg emote. What's plead, isn't it? Alright. Or am I gone? Southeast Quadrant. Over, control right click. There we go. There we go. Please. I wouldn't call that thing an ancient. Any more than I would call Archivon a living, breathing ancient. I made the Archivon reference on purpose, not just for humor, but because of the fact that I really do think there's some strong parallels between what Archivon was and the Watcher. Now, the interesting thing, I don't know if this is true in FF14, but in Warcraft, so you know how I talk about how sentience and sapience requires 3 things? One of those things is complexity. They have to be sufficiently complex to develop sentience and sapience. The Titans craft their constructs with deliberate limitations on intelligence. So you can have intelligent robots, but they're still just robots. They can't develop full sentience and sapience. And there's a whole gradient. There's a whole tiering to it. Now, I don't know how that applies here in 14, but it makes me wonder. External exposure and time is the other thing, Evo. So what I'm trying to say is that the Watcher may or may not have developed droid effect. I don't know if it was developed with the level of sophistication necessary to, become sentient and sapient over the last 12,000 years. There's the time thing. Little preparation, it might be possible to traverse the gap on foot. And then again, it'd be a long, long way down if one should slip. Maybe another time. Love this song, by the way. So close and yet so far. Does not the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've seen before? In the Javanian Forelands? A place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders, where solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, it sounds suitable for Zodiark's prison. It depends on something I haven't seen yet, Alex. Naught could prepare me for the boundless beauty of Atheris. I'm just going to keep saying Atheris right now. Until I hear them say it. Shining, shimmering amidst a sea of stars. A blue sapphire, and but one of countless other jewels brimming with life, no doubt. Oh no, Urianger, no. All the other planets died 12 millennia ago. This place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophosgrat. Oh, God. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find greater confluence than inside this cavern. And I forgot to say thank you. Thank you, Krikaluko, very much for that donation. Sorry, I was in the middle of a talk and I'm an idiot. I apologize. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciate. I have jotted that down for Xenogears, and I'm glad you like my work, and I hope you continue to. I will, as always, do what I can to do what I can. I don't know what that thing is. I don't think I want to know what that thing is. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Curious, this place doth bring to mind Tlaini, home of the Nemo. Well, this entire cave is thrumming with ambient ether. Alas, any further analysis will have to wait. The guard of Zodiark's prison, huh? Blood-red eyes, slavering maw, built like a behemoth, I'd imagine. Let's hope he's friendly. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The lunar spongoi draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed into the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own? Oh, I am the battery. I hope I got at least some of Zodiark when it was, dissipating, because that is a ridiculous quantity of ether that just got flung out into the moon. Or somewhere, wherever it went. Yes, and more, respectively, Tim. And also less. They add complexity, but I mean, I don't know. They add depth. A most fascinating creation of Heidelin's, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he's even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Oh, thank you, Paranoid Android. And yeah, I did put a lot into it. It's a theory, Loke. I really should shut up. I apologize. It's just... There's a lot of plot stuff happening right now, and I'm basically having to staple my lips shut. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when he last showed such affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled you to aid him. Compelled him to aid you before. Perhaps Alex Corbiniki should stop donating. As for your companions... Yet you just said he can make shards of himself. Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we're all ready. Let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. So Alex donates. First of all, let me say thank you first. Thank you very much. Very much. I do ever and always appreciate. Alex's comment says, your work is stupid and awful, and your face is awful and terrible, and why are you so stupid? Gah. Well, these are all very important questions. But I will put that towards Paradise Killer. Those things. You know what? I really don't want to know. Don't mind me. Yeah, this is a weird little breather section before things. So technically, the other axe hasn't actually dropped yet. Well, I mean, I'd be pretty upset about that, Alex. I'm not gonna lie to you. There might be death in your future, but I'd say thank you as I'm killing you. Thanks very much for the donation. I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. To whom wouldst Hydaelyn entrust the command of so grand a vessel, I wonder? Dalamud has long described as the loyal hound of Menfina due to its relation to the Greater Moon. It seems highly improbable, if not impossible, for ancient peoples to have known of Argos, but I wonder if there's some kind of connection. He gives me a conspiratorial grin. Okay. Your destination is the structure on the Cradle of Darkness, but climb onto Argos' back. He will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiark's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the planet and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Okay. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain of what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it'd be best if we do not go all at once. I propose 2 of us cross first, while Thancred and Urian J await here. Well, a malefic ether still permeates from the crater, remnants of Zodiark, most like. Yeah, it's probably gonna take a minute to dissipate. I mean, I guess it is Rax, but we sort of knew that coming. Although I guess that's... whatever. I'm just splitting hairs at this point, don't mind me. My real concern is what's next. Narratively, the axe is dropping. So let me phrase this differently. Narratively, we haven't dipped yet. In fact, actually, we've been on an incline narratively for a bit now. Probably ever since the scene where we got our bodies snatched. The structure's enormous, although hardly surprising given the size of the average Amarotine. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let's head inside and... oh. Yes? And yeah, Tim is correct. We're still going up the part of the roller coaster right now. Most intriguing, a means by which he conserveth energy, mayhap. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. In fact, it's funny because I think that's not intentional. Or to explain this differently, I think most people don't pay attention to those kind of ups and downs in tone in a story. But I pay attention a lot. So to me, this kind of thing really does... You know what that feels like, right? When you're going up the roller coaster, and you're going up the roller coaster, and you're getting towards the top of the roller coaster, and you start to slow down a little bit, and there's just that moment of... You start inhaling a little bit, you know, holding your breath. Yeah, it feels like it's building to something, and that's why I say the axe hasn't dropped yet. I'm using improper terminology. The axe dropped, but we haven't gone over the dip yet. Thank you, Argos. We'll take things from here. If Argos is to remain without, let's not keep him waiting over long. Scritch. Canonically, I scritch that dog. That happens. I don't even like dogs, and that happens. Scritch. Okay. Yeah, someone actually made a good comparison. The axe fell, but it hasn't hit anything yet. It's totally the big whale. Look at it. Like, it's much larger, but picture this in 16-bit format for just a second. Just picture it. I can't even zoom the camera far enough out to really get across, but you probably see what I'm showcasing here. There's even the crystal right there in the middle. Oh yeah, no, it's totally, it's totally. Look at it. Look at it. Truly a marvel beyond description. Its scale is reminiscent of Amarant, or rather the replica we visited on the first. I agree with that, cat.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Well, it's the Lunarians. You know, I gotta be honest, I was about half expecting that. Half. Where's Namingway? Wake up. Fortunately, I do like FF4. Yep, the axe has landed. Run! Screaming.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more.
Yeah, by the way, Zodiac's dead.
As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety. Our time is come, my friends!
But
we must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris.
Aetheris, I was pretty close.
Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
"'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps."
Duh. I mean, there's just this thing. There's some kind of myth, I think, about bunnies being on the moon, and I don't know where it comes from. But it shows up in fiction semi-periodically. It's why there were bunnies on the moon in FF4.
Perhaps.
I mean, I'm not much of a dancer, Zaktaff, so I just look at him. There's also this giant whale here. I don't know what's up with that. Really? Given the present crisis, Heidelin doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passenger. Indeed, 'twould require a heart as hard as diamond to raise one's voice in anger to beings of such profound saccharinity. What? Happiness carrot, happiness juice, and an Archon burger. Yeah, I think I need all of that right now. Thank you, Giga Pudding. Let me just... here. Glug, glug, glug. Yeah, viscous is different than vicious. Very different. I actually like this take on it. In fact, I might like this take on it more than the Pixel Remaster, now that I think about it. I'd have to hear the two side by side. I find Orion J's reason somewhat flimsy, but the crew seems amicable enough. Giga Pudding would never give me a Giga Pudding. She knows better. They must be the... I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Loporits? What am I doing? They must be the Loporits mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader. Though we might have to ask in order to track them down. Come, let us be about it. Listen, Obi-Wan could never serve me. We all know this. I don't need knees! The Loporits all appear to have set about their task. Whether is their leader, I wonder. Yeah, you know what? First things first. My shins are delicious. Yes, Bregwin. Very important. There we go. Let's get this off my minimap forever and then never talk to them again. Yep, cool. Wait, I'm sorry, your name is Trading Way. Oh my god! Your name is Trading Way! Here's Camping Way. I think I might spend a night outside the Best Ways Burrow. Not sure what I think I'll need to take with me, aside from a tent, I suppose. Cheating Way? Such a fascinating apparatus. It's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there's nothing here to suggest any other types of accommodation. Yeah, I was going to say, do we have a place where normal people can... Like, I don't think I can... I absolutely cannot fit in that. Cheating Way, that's good. I like that. What's your name? No, this is super a breather section, and we needed it after the Zodiac thing. Because the axe hasn't hit anything yet, like I keep talking about. We need, in total honesty, I might even have called bull if they went straight from the climax of fighting Zodiac to whatever horrible thing is going to happen after this. Having this little breather section is good pacing. It's a nice flow. Okay, I like that more than I should. Leader of the crew? Not me. I'm Singing Way. Could you do that again? Just one more time. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris. That's a promise. What's wrong with the pretzel? Okay, and granted, this is a big area which we have to traverse slowly, so that sucks. But, you know... I mean, they even have the peaceful town music playing, for God's sakes. Oh yeah, sorry. A hairy situation is the name of the quest there. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he is still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. What do you think of her clothing? I'll have you know I'm the mastermind behind its design. I can tell because you're weaving way. What would I be? Lore way? Runner way? Dozing. Leader? No. Sleeping way. My job is... Maybe I better ask. Well, okay. Death way. Deathing way. Killing way? Playing way? Streaming way? Honkering way? Oh yeah, I should jot down a note here. How do you spell these things? Name? Species? Low... Ruminating way. No! Especially since I'm trying to segue entirely away from ruminations. Might actually get there this year. Well, I saw them from a distance, but their fur was brown, if that helps. I mean, YouTube is just doing nothing but getting worse and worse and worse. There's some issues on that side of things. Hey, look, it's nothing way. Well, I mean, we're almost done with Traxilia, dude, so... We're all gonna die someday. What if it happens sooner? Got it. That's nihilism way. Up here we have recording way. Oh, isn't this exciting? I've never seen one of your kind up close. Do you mind if I take some measurements just for reference? Sure. What? How the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Doodly-lee-lee-lee-lee-lee. What was that supposed to be? You're humming! If you can even call it, it's atrociously off-key. You should sound more like this. That's the exact... As leader of the Loporits, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being a magnanimous sort I am, I'll forgive you this once. Well, well. Looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? Is this the whole planet? A group composed entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? Because we're short compared to... This isn't a nursery, after all. Then maybe we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter. You needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well. I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. I do legitimately think this is a good take on the town song, and it's a good pick of a song for this. If you can run back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's a large glowing ball at the center, if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Bo-bo. Well then, back up it is. See, I just figured it out. This is why Valvedrix didn't like this section. She hates FF4. I mean, imagine an entire section dedicated to FF13. Okay, that's harsh. Imagine an entire section dedicated to... Let's see. Let me think about that for a second. No, I like 10-2, and I know I'm not alone in that. I'm trying to think of an FF that's pretty much universally despised. I'm not sure there is such a... Oh, there you go. Valerian's got it. Imagine there's an entire section of the game dedicated towards all the bravest. There you go. That's the whipping boy of Final Fantasy right there. Nobody defends that crap. What are those? Oh, those are people. Oh, wow. God, this is slow. It's wobbling way. Oh dear, I hadn't expected to meet a people person here. What shall I do? Serve me! Sorry. There's also a flopping way. Me? You're speaking to me? Of course! I'll answer any questions you have. Did you just lose your job to Rax here? You have the manager and operator of the central control sphere. It regulates every single facility in the Best Ways boroughs. Damn it, Rax. If anything was to happen to it, the whole place would stop working in no time. It's very important, so is my job. So what is this place? Oh, the Best Ways boroughs is where we Loporits live and work in honor of Hydaelyn. We're doing our best to make the moon suitable ship to transport everyone. You'll be able to ride someday soon, don't you worry. Okay. I was gonna say, if I had flying right now, I would probably have no complaints about this place. Which kinda makes my point for me about the ether currents thing, but we'll get there. Mapping way! Lol, casual. The etheric composition and density of the sphere is quite similar to the crystalline concepts we've seen before. It likely shares their capacity for storing memories and knowledge. Meanwhile, Rax is trying to get Thancred in the passenger seat. It is astounding how the Loporits, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such gargantuan facilities. Yeah, let me tell you about the Citadel sometime. Given their size, getting from one end of this place to the other must be exhausting. I don't know how they do it. So what are you, leading way?
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Aetheris to a brave new world.
Yeah, I need to comment on this. This is all lighthearted and silly and happy, and their goal is to abandon the planet. That's the backup plan. Peace. We out.
More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration.
Actually, I did that.
Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
Should you tell him or should I?
Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Aetheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Question from the back. What if there is no new home? What if there are no planets left out there capable of supporting life?
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems.
I love this voice acting, by the way.
We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings.
I should have called that.
And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
By the way, second question from the back. How are you going to get all the people on the planet onto this thing?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation.
Question from the back. How long ago was that?
Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
Which is exactly what the moon did in FF4's backstory, if you're wondering. I was actually just about to say, question from the back, what about the shards?
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak.
Question? I'm sorry, but what's gonna keep us safe now that Zodiark's gone?
While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Listen, it's kind of a long story, but I killed Zodiark.
Herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Amarosians are big.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
How... God, where do I even begin with that? How out of date is it? How incomplete is it?
I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
It's okay. It's okay.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yeah, question from the frickety back.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Got a point, actually. We should probably be thinking about air, water, food, and sleep requirements, among other things. Yep, we need food and just, God, we need everything. We need everything. Yeah, there we go. Rax can't reach me here. I'm safe! Evil laughter. How do I compare? There's a way to do that. Oh, here we go. Item comparison. Hey. That is just barely better. That is such a minuscule upgrade. I'm still going to do it. Interesting outfit. Okay, well, I'll go with it. Like, that is... I don't know if you saw, but it was literally 2 points of strength better and 2 points of stamina better. And the other stats were swapped. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it's imperative we be prepared to receive our passengers-to-be. If anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste, and address it we shall. Yeah, let me think about every sentient species down there. And... oh, God, where do we even start? She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetheris rotting to its core, being a matter of course, is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let's take the opportunity to learn more about the Loperids in this vessel. Yeah, sure. That sounds cool. Can I get a ride to here, please? Just to, you know, speed up this section. I think it's down. Is it down? It is down. It is down. See, this is much better. Oh, hey. We've got multi-etheric attuned crystals in here, which means we've got lots of different types of ether, which means we good to go. And there's enemies in here. Why are there enemies in here? Why do they have bunny ears? Oh my god. That's not even a remix. That's just copy-paste, and I love it. Hast thou spied the peculiar sentinels patrolling the vicinity? Approach them with caution, or better yet, not at all. They make no distinction between friend or foe. Thank you, Spross. I do appreciate that, especially since I was still getting my footing when I started doing TNG and DS9. Am I the only one who suspects we're not going to find anything edible whatsoever? Yeah. Given their earlier confusion regarding their size, I can't help but wonder if they even know the first thing about this. They certainly don't. We are going to figure out about who's been sending them info, right? Like, I realize they're building that up. So I'm looking forward to finding out who the hell's been corresponding with the frickin' moon. Hi, Cooking Wing. I'm a better cook than you, canonically. You're a lot smaller than we expected, but I trust you have large appetites, yes? Yes. Where's my copium? Oh, there we go. Welcome to the Curatorium. Of course you called it that. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way! Pleasure to meet you all. Our work... Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. I practically warned the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I insist you try some. Hop onto the platform and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Well, I'm trying to think of how badly this could go. Or maybe the question here is, which... Jeez, I can barely make that jump. Oh my god, I can barely make that jump. God damn it. Jesus. Okay, I made it. Jesus Christ. Okay, hi. Oh, hey, it's, Blasting Way. Doesn't require a debate. We have work to do, so quit dragging your feet. Alright, so, let's look at the wonderful spread of food we've got here. We've got root vegetables. Yep. So we can get orange, blue, yellow, or crimson. By the way, fun fact. There's this wonderful Korean grocery store that I used to live by several years ago. And they used to sell... I actually showed this off on stream. Some of you may remember this. Everyone else is blue. They sold carrots that were like this big. They were gargantuan. Like, one carrot would quite literally last me 2 days. I loved it. I actually took a picture at one point, just next to my hand, so you could see the comparison size. In fact, actually, maybe I might still have that picture. Give me a second. Let me go to my food channel here. Where is food? There's food. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Give me a sec. Because I know where it would be. There it is. I can't believe I found it that quickly. There you go. In the food channel. For anybody who cares. And yeah, I have pretty big hands, by the way, too. I know it's hard to tell here, but I'm kind of a large person, and my hands are rather large too. So keep that in your equations when you look at that picture. All right, blue. The blue variety is strangely supple to the touch and smells vaguely of mint. Its excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of this so-called carrot. Hang on. I want to hear the descriptions for the other ones. Crimson. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery. Oh, that was great, Reggie. But yeah, like I said, I haven't lived there and haven't even lived in that state in years. Well, it has no particular smell to speak of. The yellow variant is unusually light and springy. And then orange. Never from frond to tip, no scratches or blemishes mar this immaculate specimen. It is actually probably a carrot, but we'll do blue. You said blue. We'll get the mint carrot. I want you to imagine what mint carrots taste like. And it's easy to emulate. Brush your teeth, and then while you have this toothpaste still in your mouth, eat anything else. And you now know what mint anything tastes like. Yes, I'm talking about from experience, because I'm a dumbass. On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it'd be prudent to ask cooking weight whether it's safe to eat first. Oh my god. Let me just scooch by here. Don't mind me. There we go. Let me just get down the there cases here. Okay. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Even Vieira are like to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot. That or be offended at those who assume they would. Any Vieira in here want to confirm, deny? A fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Okay. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. You're taken by surprise when blue juices burst forth from the carrot and dribble down your chin. As you take your second bite, you can feel your mental faculties sharpening. Your mind opens to the universe, and for a brief moment the mysteries of existence are simple transformative truths. But the revelation is fleeting. When you at last finish the carrot, a sweet yet sour aftertaste lingers on your tongue, and the number 42 in your mind. Oh my god. No points. No points. The Philosopher's Carrot improves mental fortitude. Something of a shock at first bite, but well worth the enhanced powers. What's the name of this quest? Well worth the enhanced powers of cognition. We have plenty of other varieties, too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow. Dream carrots to help with sleep. We have a carrot for every occasion. Are we still in a hairy situation? I can see a demand for this in Charlian. What if I don't like carrots? God, look at my collar. You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Don't worry, we have pureed versions if you don't have time to chew. Actually, not only have I heard of that berry, I have some in my kitchen right now, Ross. I've been debating what to use them on. Let's see if I can find the text from the other options here. Probably not. Okay. So if you eat the orange carrot, what it says is, there is a satisfying crunch as you sink your teeth into the orange skin, and a warm tingling sensation runs down your spine. With the second bite, a wave of euphoria washes over you, and you drown in bliss. Alas, as you finish, the elation fades, leaving you with a desperate craving for another carrot. If you go with yellow, the carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may be simply indigestion. If you go with Crimson, oh, this is a long one, you are taken by surprise when a blue juice bursts forth from the carrot and dribbles down your chin. Oh, that's... What? That's apparently Crimson. Did I click Crimson by accident? Whatever, the one we did was Crimson, apparently. The other one is you snap off a piece of the carrot, enjoying its crunchy texture. Righteous confidence surges within you, a certainty that you are the center of the universe, that all creation is a story, and you its star, beloved, perfect, special, a god, worthy of worship and prayer, or at least a second roll, should the dice treat you poorly. Yeah, I think they got blue and crimson. Screwed up there. I take it you had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and had not else? Yep. Ah. If I might ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about the cuisine on Etheris? Surely you're aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you can emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently we established contact. Probably about 200 years ago. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. Yeah, I called this one, too. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss for where to begin. So we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it'd be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting? I guess we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency. What's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? Yeah, no, yeah. So you heard me talk about the Noah's Ark thing with way back at the beginning of yesterday morning when we were hitting Charlian. Yeah, the moment they mentioned benefactors, I was just kind of like, yeah, no, that's. My question is how. Like, how are they connecting to them? A rather strange approach to take for one named. This would also explain why they can't let news get out of this. Hey, by the way, the planet's ending, so we're setting up an ark to evacuate the planet is probably something you don't want to just publicly announce. Technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. I mean, the moon was a colony ship in FF4. I was just drawing conclusions. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, garoons, present continuous verb conjunctions, just the basics. How many of you know what those things are? Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? I think it's efficient. Yeah, exactly, Cashel. We need to get them connected to that one diner place which has that burger. Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each one does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyways. No, it's simple. You just go do. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna about Etheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Which is funny, because we know they're gathering plants and animals, too. We actually helped... I forget his name. I wrote him down. What was your name? Erinville. Until such day, one I pray comes sooner rather than later, it appears there's not but carrots on the menu. Purple carrot juice. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It's made from purple carrots and pixie apples. Yeah, I've been... question from the back, Alex. How are you going to get people onto this ship? For that is what this is. It may be shaped like a moon, but this is a ship. This is a vessel. A Death Star, you might say. And I've been trying not to make that joke. Can we just... I do not want to go to Limsa Limensa, thank you. We Talamuded. There we go. Yep. You know, I'll have a second. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. I think we had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. Just for a second. Just for a second. It is. It is the exact same waveform. The same sound file. They could have made a remix. There was a deliberate creative decision to go with the original. Lest you don't believe me. That is copy-paste. And I'm not upset about that. I'm amused. I'm just... Someone sat down and said, no, Soken, we're just gonna go ahead and play the original. It even doesn't loop. Oh, that's actually brilliant. It picks up where it left off, is what I mean by that. And yeah, you want to do it once, where it's gonna be amusing. Of course, this is why we wanted to have my combat music on, which you mentioned all the way back in Shadowbringers, if you'll remember, during the Void Quests, I believe. Do you suppose the clothes they prepare will be grossly oversized as the carrots? Oh, no. Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten, dress befitting we who walk in shade, stewards of the esoteric. Waxing poetic, as always. It's hardly sun-silk tapestries, but perhaps we'll be pleasantly surprised. Here we are, the Apparel Production Station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Oh god. Oh god. What are we in combat with? Ah! Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with self-same affinity for the magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, but I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered a crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra V's we need. How resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You'll also be impressed to hear we've read about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it? We can simply try on our clothes. Right. Clothes on try. Yep, the most advanced civilization we've encountered, including the Allagons, is the frickin' moon rabbits. Still in combat with something, somewhere. There we go. God, they've just got giant chunks of crystal. What is this, the Jade Sea? Restless. It's you! One of the visitors from Theris. Oh, goodness me, mapping away wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right, you're here to try on a new set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Those options are an outfit that embodies my bloodlust, something simple yet functional, or a fashionable and refined ensemble. Let's go with fashionable and refined. Fashionable, right. This will only take a moment. There we are, all finished. Perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I'll be honest, I know nothing of fashion, let alone fashion at Theris, but I'd wager no one has ever worn anything like this fine ensemble. Maybe you could start a trend. Would you look at that? Speechless! And there I thought you might not like it. If you want to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. Hang on. Apparently we can try the other ones, so hang on. Let's try the other ones. Oh, no. No, we're stuck with it. Damn! Okay, never mind. We're stuck. We're stuck! With... guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh my god, these stairs! No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You should try my clothes? Really? Of course! Surprise me. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do it. What? It's a relatively new concept incorporating an idea that's never been tried with clothing before. Fragrance! Can you smell the carrots? Simply divine. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go show Livingway? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must continue to wear these garments. I look like I just joined an expansion, except FF14 doesn't have that problem. I look like a character who's leveling through BC. Look at me. Oh my god. I look like an ARR character. There we go. Which is funny, because I'm a member of that guild, Alex. In fact, I'm their best member. Don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh, you needn't speak. I can see the adoration for the moon, for the moon and we Loperites in your eyes. I no doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our... Oh god, what are they going to look like? Sorry to have kept you word. Yeah, Urion J is the one that caught me. I mean, that's ridiculous, but, he's a Power Ranger. I think it's past time we return these clothes. Urianje comes back, still wearing the gloves. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. What are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Etheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand we're not quite so homogeneous. I mean, you see before you literally 3 different species. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it's inferior make. But there are other choices that may be influenced by tradition or personal experience. Or, rather than making assumption for the whole, you must consider the individual and potential preferences. I feel we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Well, considering who was frickin' sending him. Maybe we're doing you a disservice by trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery. Thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. No. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. The plan to evacuate the escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? That is actually one of the questions I asked. Nope. Dimensional travel. The more I see of how things are lining up and the nature of Zodiac and the moon, the more I think I was right. That the other shards are geographically, spatially, where the source is, just dimensionally layered. The more I see, the more that seems to be true. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people in that star. And that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore the best ways burrows unattended? You've given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. I would say it's a very specific form of pocket dimension. If I may, I would like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There's actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off, shall we? Oh, God. All the food is carrots. All the clothing is terrible. Yeah, that sounds like Jackass to me, Cashel. And he's terrible in bed. Which I heard about from his wife. When I was having sex with her. My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors coming from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait! You still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter. Oh, the name's Growing Way. Hi, Growing Way. I'm gonna just warp to that. This is still all Zone 3. Interesting. Very interesting. You're here! You're really here! Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Lore Runner. Lore Runner, huh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. No. Well, Lore, we'll be using this teleporter into the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Yeah, can we have housing on the moon? Yeah, that's exactly why I was thinking, Rax.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it?
Where are you sending me? I was also partially kidding. Reference to the whole, we just got you Ishgard housing, come on!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my numbers were off, Rex. We're in Zone 4 right now. Sorry.
Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
Well, you've been getting about 210 years of wrong information from idiots.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We will do better. But time is not on our side.
And yeah, I'm with Asdamine. I think my main problem is we've only really done the first 2 zones, the first attempt, the first trip. And so I kind of have been mentally blocking them together as one zone, which is inaccurate.
The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand?
Sure, but I was forbidden from doing anything in Charlian.
Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too.
Ironically, Urianger has consistently been good with people. It's a very common trait of his.
You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Urianger, no more lying.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
That was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hoping that proves useful in the meantime. Shame we couldn't see it though. We would have really liked it. Housing on the moon, we carry a harpoon. You may not seem to like it, but we've been planning for this for far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. One thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Etheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make it a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept a reputation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards yet, but there's plenty of other places we're seeing. Well, I've already had a look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the end of the burrow. Oh, hello. Still nothing I'm gonna do yet. And nothing out there. Very carefully, golden ratio. We actually have already established a precedent of giving a negative to a game for, you know, cutting content, so that would be probably a thing that would come up. In all honesty, I fear that FF14 is hampered by more tech debt than even we presume. I don't know how to explain it, because I'm not good with explaining IT, but I can look at the problem and I see what I perceive to be the issue, and I don't think it's an easily solvable thing, unless they either move completely off the PS4 and the limitations of the engine they're still stuck with. And by engine, I don't actually mean engine, but again, I don't know the words. Or just make another FF14, like I've talked about several times. Now, I'm not saying that they necessarily should do that, I'm just saying I think we're kind of stuck with a lot of limitations until such a massive Band-Aid rip is done, you know what I mean? Good, you're here. Through this door's greatest ends veil. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand that people of Etheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. No, exactly, Inamisho. That people who are smarter than me could probably give you terminology, but what is needed in order to fix these issues is such a large-scale thing that I don't think it's happening. If it was going to, they probably would have mentioned it when they did their next 10 years stream several weeks ago. And they didn't mention it at all. So... Don't you love books? I absolutely adore them. They've taught me so much. I don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious. Do these floors look clean to you? I don't know. They feel like they use more polishing. Sure thing, grinding way. Now, that being said, we do know they're doing a degree of engine updates. But again, the problem isn't engine. That's why I had to correct myself. That's not the right word. This is the forest? This is the forest? Because, yeah, it's not... The engine isn't the problem. No, my tone probably isn't being clear. This is... More like 50 times, my middle niece likes to help whenever I go and help with yard work and the like, or cleaning. She loves to help. Like, she does it without being prompted. And so this one time I'm out there, and I'm doing a very lengthy, difficult job. I'll pull a specific example. I was trying to get all of the needles out of the yard with a big old broom, and it's this big, back-breaking work. And my little niece, she comes up with, like, a sprig of pine. So it's got like this, so it looks like just a bit of a brush. She goes forward, she kneels down, and very carefully, very precisely, you can tell how much effort she's putting into it, she starts sweeping the ground. And she does that for, a bit. She stands back up, moves forward a little bit, switches back down, sweep, 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 sweep. Now, and that's what I'm feeling in this moment. You're trying so hard. And to say that you're failing is inaccurate, because the attempt itself is a success. But this is your forest? So what do you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant, simply sublime? I'm actually pissed at Charlian. You've known about this for 2 goddamn centuries. Like, these... You... Do your job better. I don't know how to phrase that. You just... Wait, you don't mean the crystals out there? Right you are. A forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Oh my god, the paneling on the wall is even in the form of Amarosian skyscrapers. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. We were born here, and we've never seen trees in person, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. Thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, the place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Etheirys. It is pretty. I'd love to walk through here. Just take a stroll, you know. Walk by the water. But imagine what the Ixal would think of this. Just to name one example. The fountain here behind us, powered by a large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent in making it most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. Yeah, by the way, that is a sphere of water. It's really bright, so it's hard to tell, but there's water coming down. Like that is a sphere of water. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come here. Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention the Sylphs, or I'm not sure what the Gridanians in general will think about this. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. Years. The elementals get to be left behind. They get to die. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through the forest with someone from Etheirys. Could we maybe... We astonishingly don't have time for this, but okay. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. This way, I suppose. No, I doubt the forum thought about the beast tribes for 1 millisecond. Hell, they probably didn't think about people from other biomes, like Thavnair. I was thinking, Lore, I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. There's a good chance we will not be at a good time for questions today, Gungam. I'm sorry. We're at a very story-heavy part of the game. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there's absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it's only possible thanks to the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. Oh my god. You spent 6,000 years building the repulsion system on this thing. Can you taste the rainbow crystal? What? No! But it looks so delicious. I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals in Etheirys, but we don't eat them. Certainly not this one. It's possessed of all the elements. I told you, it's the frickin' Eden thing all over again. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be in Etheirys. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this is all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiark in check. Oh my god. That's why it took so goddamned long. The entire moon was resisting them. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who could have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure, supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. There was this brief period when our productivity went to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Atheris. Alagon mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiark. All we could do is stand by and brace for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. There was much joyous humming that day. Yep, the Battle of Cortino was a day of much joyous humming. Do you notice anything in particular about the treetops? Tied from the fact that they're crystals, not trees. I assume you mean the golden ring thing. Along with the device affixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial bodies in the Great Expanse radiate energy that's harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from the energy. Oh my god. It's interstellar radiation shields, which is a real thing. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. I mean, this is brilliant. Which is... I just... okay, I'm okay. Yeah, I know, right, Rax? Also, I'm pretty sure the Empire at its height could accomplish what they did with this moon in, I don't know, probably a year. There's something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system and its habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which is all well and good, except we knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Atheris. Why not go and visit Atheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the result could be disastrous. No, Loke. And then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find the people on Atheris we could trust to help. We picked them. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. See, the irony is the Empire in my own setting is reasonably technologically advanced, but only in specific fields. One of those fields happens to be terraforming. So, that's relevant for this. Like, there are artificial planets, constructed planets, within that setting. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waiting. Hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Like Primus, if you know what that is. Primus, well, I say constructed. It's more like take a giant chunk of lifeless rock and turn it into a planet. But you get the idea. Eventually she did, and through her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters and books and other resources, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now here we are, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. Do you like ear scritches? Because you're getting ear scritches if you do. The greatest Ensvale. Thank you for coming by here, by the way. I know it's just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the Grand Tour. Shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Is that Living Way? Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I'll be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you're all more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation. Did you learn anything of import? Yeah, I did. They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this? Yeah, and now we have literally days. Days! Possibly less than days before we have to get going. Isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the way? In fact, I think that's a line in Lord of the Rings. That's how old of a trope that is. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand the restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. Yeah. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, have you not figured it out yet? Unless they possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will be of a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Yeah, hey, everyone in chat right now. The world's about to be destroyed. You can't take anything with you. Do you go on the ship, yes or no? Now, hang on. Assume that you don't have the out-of-character perspective on that. Just someone tells you, there's an evacuation ship, let's go. Now, if you have an out-of-character perspective, that changes it, because, of course, you freaking go, right? But that's why I had to add that caveat. There's another matter which begs for mine attention. Is there, Urianger? Please, prithee, informest of me thine attempts at deception once more. What do you suppose has suddenly tickled his fancy? Deception! So, preparation for the evacuation of Theris is indeed critical, but I'm not yet willing to forsake a world and its reflections. I trust I'm not alone in my reticence. Yeah. Back to old tricks. Damn it! Did Urianger seem strange to you? More than usual. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I blindly said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Y'shtola and I will remain here and see what we can learn about the families. If you're up, perhaps you can catch up to him. So, here's a wonderful little paradox. I've actually mentioned this before, which probably says a lot about me, but one of those weird little funny creative exercises I've come up with is, let's assume for a moment that you have a perfect evacuation ship. Now, and I say that way because the whole goal is to remove all other considerations from the equation. It's a good ship, you'll be happy, you're going someplace that's better. Okay, let's get all that out of the way, alright? Who do you invite to it? Now, hang on, it gets worse. Because the paradox here is, let's say you want to invite these 4 people. Well, who do they want to invite? And who do they want to invite? Let's say I bring Rax. Rax is like, well, can I bring my friends? Okay. Well, what about Frax's friends? What about Rax's friends? And so forth, and so on. It's kind of a mess, and the worst part is, somewhere along the line, somewhere down the chain, someone's going to say no, for whatever reason. You know, maybe they don't care, maybe they're done with life, maybe they don't believe you. Someone says no, well, now what? Well, then this person's not going. Well, what about that? Well, now this person's not going. Which means this person's not going, which means this person's not going, which means this person's not going. Yeah, no, it's pretty much exactly related to it, Zedslayer. I'm impressed you remember that. Because you're right. It branches out, and there's 2 main issues with it. One is just getting the people on board the ship to begin with, and 2, and more importantly, what if I invite Rax, and 20 people down the chain, there's someone that I wouldn't invite to this ship? Now, let's assume the world isn't ending. I'm not a dick, you know? But let's assume this is just a ship that's going to someplace better. The world isn't ending, everything's fine. But what happens when Rax's 20th generation friend wants to come on the ship? And I'm like, what do you do? Hence the paradox. Ironically, that is one of the solutions to that paradox, Alex. The Gordian's knot solution, I like to call that one. Because one of the solutions to that is knock people out, drag them onto the ship, screaming, right? Yeah, just bypass the problem entirely. Not a great solution, but it is a solution. That was actually my solution to Garlemald earlier today, ironically. You know, one of the things I always liked about FF4, and I can't even explain why I liked this, but this appealed to me even when I first played the game. It's such a dumb thing to like. You start off the game so low tier, and then you end the game on the moon, fighting the avatar, an alien avatar of hatred. Now, you know me, I don't like things when they go too high tier or too wild, but actually FF4 was, I can't believe I'm saying this, relatively pretty grounded. But it still had that escalation. It still started here and ended here. And I just want to share that I kind of like that about this FF14 as of this moment in time. We started in ARR, fighting off primals, and we're currently on the moon. An artificial moon, which is actually a spaceship. Oh, not this again. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's see if this is as bad as last time. I see what there's probably Giga putting up there. I can just tell from even from this distance. That's terrifying, Elixir. And by that I mean pillars of snow. Yep, nope, it's this crap again. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna... Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling that gameplay negative. I'm feeling it. Oh, god, bull crap! Ugh, and then I kill Urian J. In a stupid face. The thing is, if I could talk about that whole escalation thing one more time, it is my opinion that the escalation itself isn't really the key, it's how exactly you do it. I point again to FF4. We start off as captain of the Red Wings. Not exactly super low tier. Just, you know, not super high tier. Relatively mundane. And we end up on an artificial moon, where we do fight an alien force, which is consumed with hatred. There you go. Boom. It doesn't start... the range is good, if that makes any sense. And again, it's weird to think about, but FF4 is relatively grounded. To use a contrast, think about FF13-1 to FF13-3, which I know is unfair because it's 3 games, but think about that escalation for a moment. Or, yeah, actually FF4 After Years, which is, again, just ludicrous levels of escalation. It takes what it was and it just kind of flings it way out into into nonsense land. I'm not going to spoil After Years here. Oh wait, I totally am. Because there's these things in After Years called monads, who are these little girls, which are actually bots, which go out and try to serve the will of the creator by finding planets which are worth salvaging, but they're not worth salvaging, and so all of the universe is being destroyed by this idiot, who's a moron. God, I hate After Years so much. Yep, nope, I was right. I was right to wait. Asshole game. I think I've never played Assassin's Creed before. And yet, now he's gonna sprint. That's even better. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. No! I've physically lost him. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, After Years is the extremely terrible sequel to FF4. It's bad. It's bad. And again, it takes the escalation too far. Which isn't the only problem, but it is a
Thine
problem.
arrival is timely as ever.
Hi, Urianger.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy, and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart. Protect those you can.
Sage counsel indeed.
Yeah, cold calculus rears its ugly head again.
I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
We don't have a lot of moments, Urianger.
I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
How many of you have ever been 100% no really open and honest with someone in your lives? I suppose I should raise my hand on that one.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
I have too. And I bet you can actually guess who it was with. Actually, in hindsight, I suppose I could count all my nieces in that too. But that's really different. I don't think that qualifies. I was just thinking of my sister, yes. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there's no guarantee of success. Which is the reason I set out alone, that failure should it come would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. To be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, so I ask, wouldst thou join me in my endeavor? Urianger, I have got your back. Just putting the outfit together here, don't mind me. Yep, there's gonna be the gloves. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan. In truth, we shall not be long away from the Bestwell's burrows. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Etheris. We always have been. To make clear our resolve to the Loperites, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Oh god, he turned into Zira! Zira, or Urianger? Urianzira? Zirianger? Well, that explains the other half. Oh no, being exposed is a terrifying and legitimately dangerous thing. Let's be clear. That's why I asked that question. There's no negativity. There's no shaming. There's no sneering at someone who's never done that or never plans to do that. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiark's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Numau, I believe these suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration. Might I prevail thee to stand watch while I perform the incantation? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh god, it's an FF4 moon enemy. That's all that what it is. Uh-oh. Okay. Thank you for the assistance. I wonder if I could dye this thing. I can. Not. No, actually I can. What does it change? Ooh, it changes the outline. Ooh. Yeah, no, let's just commit to that right now. There we go. And looks like those are my legs. There we go. Oh yeah, that is more my style. There, 'tis done. A magic ink, one every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the Numao. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but it's nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessing of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loperites will appreciate. Lord, Urianjo, thank goodness I thought you'd been eaten, or maybe fell into the crater. Have we told you yet that I'm the one who killed Zodiark? Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Lore. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She's also quite clear she wishes to speak with Lore alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianjo. But worry not. It just so happens we have your need with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway Burrows. It's quite heavy and large, perhaps too heavy and large for we poor Loperites. Okay, what are you up to? This is suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelin's Chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor one to be wait. Now off with you. Okay. And... Hang on, let me mentally rewrite Pillars of Snow. There we go. And we killed Zodiark. Ah! Now, does the pink flan drop the item necessary to get the adamant armor? The first item in the entire game that's bind on account. For those of you who don't get the joke, one of the only... There's like 5 items in FF4 DS that carried forward into New Game Plus, and the Adamant Armor was one of them. Yes, Zodiark's death was a suicide. Oh, it's Moping Way. Are there truly more of your kind coming? I'd rather not be doing all this work for nothing, you know. Yeah, there's a couple billion? I don't actually have a number, I'm gonna be real. There's a few. Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, I'm sure the Garleans will take this right. Hey, Garleans, everyone! So, I know you're still struggling to accept our help with things like food and warmth. Please come with me to the moon. Oh, Lord, we thought you'd be away for longer. Yeah, there's a plan here. A dire emergency? Yeah, I know you didn't say any such thing. They're really bad at subterfuge. Running Way, a companion of Growing Way, says apparently much to tell us the defining days. The problem is, he's determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for a total conversation. Is there any way to get him to stop and rest? Slow down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here and enjoy a cold mug of... No? You are really trying to delay us. I just want you to know that. Yeah, we want exactly to me. You try using these balls of moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Runaway's other notable feature is his incessant chatter. You'll have no problem finding him in a... Yeah, crude, but it proves effective. He was here in Greatest Endsvale when last I saw him. Let's split up and find him. Yeah, they're so bad at subterfuge. They probably have, like, no experience with it. Like, why lie to each other? They're probably not programmed for it. Oh yeah, that's even better. Although, maybe black? Hang on, what does straight black look like there? Yeah, whole suit, please. No, white really does work better. Oh, I'm here, though. I'm just curious. For God's sakes. Ah. Okay, it is actually dyed black by default. Oh, there's black right there. Look at that. But no, I think I like it as is. Alright, so let's go do this extremely important errand that will tell us all we need to know about the final days. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Alright, who ate the cookie? Failure. You died. This is meant to be running way? Yeah, apparently that was in the way, not running way. Yes, I'm running. Yeah, cooking way is the one who did it. Or excuse me, cookie way. Oh, steak and baked potato. That's drool, drool. Do you mind explaining why you hit me with the face of your balls of moose flesh? I'm being lied to. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days? That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other lawbird. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but I hope they don't get my paws on them. Yeah. See you around, running way. And yeah, damn it, tattling way. I think we might be able to suppose, maybe, that they might be deceiving us. And I just want to point out that I actually called them on it in the very first scene. Listen, I hit... I'm not going to make that joke Brigwin's eating. Brigwin's the only one hit with my balls, alright? There we go. Got it. Alright, I couldn't find either hide nor hair of him. How'd you fare? Yeah, I figured it out quickly. So anyways, we're being lied to. So he knows no more than the others. Blair. Explain yourself, Growing Way. I misremembered. That's it, I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. I can't remember who I was thinking of. I don't really know. What of Urian J? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but he'd say when he'd be returning. I was waiting to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growing Way, sudden lapse of memory, and a lack of other leads, maybe we should spend time with lending Lurian J. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. I remember. It's in the archives. That's where you find all sorts of useful knowledge. Uh-huh. No. Yeah, Pyromancer, the streamer Pyromancer. Not the viewer Pyromancer. I think it's actually spelled Pyromancer for the one who frequents my streams. There we go. Brilliant. Okay. To do what to do. I promised Livingway I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor. The eastern wing. Follow me! But you're lying to us. They're up to something, but there's ought to be else to be learned at the final days. I think we best play it along for now. Why? They're... Yeah, okay. This kind of thing is why I say that I wouldn't trust Hydaelyn, by the way. In a nutshell. I have no doubt that you have no malicious intent, but that's not the problem I have. Let's see if I can remember where the teleporters are. I think that's one, maybe? Yeah, tell me the truth. Locking you in a room with Y'shtola. No! Oh, this is not a teleporter. Okay, whatever. Knocking way? Raise eyebrow. Shoot. No, wrong side. Damn it, I went up the wrong side. I'm pretending to be a Loperid here, don't mind me. Not like that, Ross. Endway? So, I love this whole section. But I have already given this a gameplay negative, and I'm kind of just showing why. I would probably have given this a gameplay negative even if I had flying at this point. This is a problem I've noticed that it only shows up periodically. I've actually complained about this before. Western Kurthis is a great example of that. There are several zones in this game which are just big, empty swaths of this. Hang on. Almost there. I have seen that they have teleporters. I tried to use one twice. Failed. Gave up. What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? The architecture of this place is impressive, though a little more than confusing to navigate. It is too much for clearly marked exits or a map. I should probably also mention that even if the teleporter was there, it doesn't really diminish the problem. That's the issue. It makes it a little bit easier to get up and down. But think about going from that middle room on the ground floor over to here at slow mounted speed. And that's kind of my point. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. Guess we'll just have to go find who has the key. Drawing away, enough. If you have not else to tell the final days, you only need to say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Do you not yourselves tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was made to be a perfect paradise for the people of Etheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We'd hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but flaws and faults in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Brought us about in circles, and failing that lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Ryanje. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us. Never have we decried the notion of using the moons as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Etheris and her reflections to their doom. If there's a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. They'll never do this. For the same reason WoW would never do this. For the same reason Emperor Valerian would never do this. But one of the ideas I had a long time ago was to literally have an expansion where we kind of either an expansion or a reboot, you know, WoW 2, where Azeroth is effectively deemed uninhabitable and we go ahead and leave to another planet. We evacuate to another planet. Warcraft has planetary travel. It's difficult, it's costly, but it's doable. And, right? And the idea would be that, you know, because of time and because of how things work, you could always go back to the old days. Because you can literally do that. But, you know, transfer us forward into something new, right? And I'm only mentioning this because I don't think the FF14 devs would ever do that. It's an extraordinarily dangerous and difficult and costly thing to do. Of course, the value in it, if you're wondering, is it's a hell of an Etch-a-Sketch, especially if you go ahead and do it with a new client, as I've mentioned, you know, with regards to Warcraft as well. I'm going to make you decide, Valerian. And there's really only two choices, which is why I'm going to make you decide. You can choose Classic or you can choose Good. But I'm going to make you choose. Either way, I do appreciate you very much, Valerian. Thank you. Now, if you'll forgive me, I'm supposed to cut off in 20 minutes, so I'm not going to bow the whole duration. But thank you very, very, very much, Emperor Valerian. Very much appreciate it, always. WoW Classic it is. Which is funny, because actually, that doesn't mean WoW Classic. That means WoW BC and Wrath, but I have to clarify that because people are probably going to misunderstand what I mean when I say WoW Classic. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. Why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. People of Etheris will be escaping here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get all to see all their smiling, happy faces. I'm sorry, we can't let you leave. We just can't. You... do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. Listen. I've been to space. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us by sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Yeah, okay. God, that... Honestly, me too, Rex. Me too. I know exactly how I'd do it, too. What I would do? So, FF14 1.x was in many ways a way to prototype for ARR, right? They were testing out a lot of tech and a lot of ideas, and just basically throwing things at the wall and seeing what stuck, right? The reason I bring that up specifically... really? The reason I bring that up specifically is, what if they're doing that here? What if, you know, obviously we're not... the world's not going to end, but what if we only delay it? What if... listen, Garway, I love you, but no. What if we succeed and save the world and everything's cool, but only temporarily, and we do actually have to leave, and we do actually have to go to another planet? So, FF14's, what are we in, 6? 5? ARR, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadow, 6. 6! I'm going the wrong way. What if 6.x is the build-up to the evacuation while they continue to test tech and all that fun stuff, and then 7.0 is actually FF14-2, effectively. Maybe not literally, maybe a straight continuation of the story, same character, same everything, but a total tech overhaul under the hood, right? Just rip out the guts of it and start anew, effectively. Because that's something I would probably do. Now, I'm crazy, and I don't want to make all the money. I just want to make enough money to do things. And that's a thing I would want to do. And I think that would make money. And I hate to repeat myself, because I've said this like 8 times during this run alone. But FF14 is in a very good place financially. Purely financially. Ignoring all other factors. The time to take a risk is right now. My opinion. Now, specifics would really have to be workshopped, but I think it could be done. I mean that legitimately. Not like in a, it'd be cool if, in a, I think this is feasible kind of a way. There you are. Didn't rough them up too badly, did you? Yeah, exactly, Reggie. They pulled the freaking... Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger. Now, I'm going to give a story positive if something happens here.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
They keep changing where they emphasize the vowel. Etheris. Etheris. I've heard both ways of saying it. It's kind of irritating because I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. Because I do try to pronounce things correctly. Etheris.
Forgive me, Living Way. But I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Hi. I killed Zodiark.
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
Yeah, remember that?
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
Mellifluous. Adjective. Sweet or musical, pleasant to hear.
That goes for all of us. Don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
I actually have an inordinate number of questions here, but then again, I did once turn Mars into a green, luscious paradise planet, so I probably have slightly more experience with this kind of thing than you do. No insult intended.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides.
No, that's not a brag either, Reggie. I'm just saying, the real me is just like straining out of my skull to reach out to these poor, awesome people and just be like, look, okay, let's organize this. Let's get this in. Here's what we need, here's how we need, here's why we need. Yeah, exactly, they're trying their best, and it's adorable.
Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Oh, so you can tell me about the flans.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee.
I mean, at this point, you might as well just call me plus to Storyway.
Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium.
Now, I hate to bring this up, but if I was writing this after this huge breather section of heartwarming and comedy and awesome, right after this is when I'd have the axe hit something.
An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations.
Oh, and by the way, to continue the roller coaster thing, this is a rare thing, but some roller coasters have a special mechanism where you get to the top, and then they stop. Usually just for just about 2 to 3 seconds, but it just pauses, and then it releases, and then you go down.
But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort.
Interesting music choice.
To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home.
I wasn't going to point this out, but yeah, if we leave, everyone on the first is worse than dead.
Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
And yeah, I know all the shards would die, but I always find it helps if you give it a personal touch, you know? Just think about a character you like in the first, like Julia Chai, for example. She's dead if we fail to stop this.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
And actually, Urian J is making the correct choice here, really. Someone needs to stay here and actually be a freaking manager, like I was offering to be earlier.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
You know, I just noticed, this is very light aspect of ether, isn't it? The surface. There's that frickin' flower. That flower, how came it into your possession? Hydaelyn gave it to me. How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us. And our time we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Elpis is Greek for the spirit of hope, by the way.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
It's the Charleans!
Agreed. The Charlean Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
Because we have a brain.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
And then the axe falls further into the plan. And there's this giant titan who shoves a sword into Garlemald, and that's the end right there. Cut to credits. No? Oh, okay. And Aetheris just, and all the we get to see Dulia Child like no. Yet Garlemald and Silithus have a lot to go with each other if you think about it. Yeah, no, the forum was going for the Alpha Centauri thing. Anyways, I'm actually going to pause right here. Talk to these people, and we'll turn in this quest when we come back. I do hope, as always and as ever, that you've enjoyed, but I haven't been doing my due diligence. I try to update this at the end of the stream, or at least the end of the day. Story positives are up to 39. Story negatives are up to 1. Gameplay positives are up to 20. And gameplay negatives have gone up slightly to, looks like 6 right now. And that's where we're at. I do hope you've been enjoying, as ever. Tomorrow, more of the moon. See you around.